If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 61, Body Modification for Mizukage. Who can guarantee that the emergence of a Kaguya tie won't cause a chain reaction? The Kaguya clan has become a problem. We must find an opportunity to resolve this. Given the third Mizukage's personality, he had wanted to deal with the Kaguya clan before, but now his determination has grown even stronger. The third Mizukage's concerns are not about personal relationships. Rather, the hidden Mist village is currently in a state of war, with Konoha launching fierce counterattacks. Even the hidden Sand village seems inclined to join in targeting the hidden Mist village. The hidden Mist village lacks sufficient strength to deal with the Kaguya clan. Taking action forcefully at this time could likely lead to the collapse of the entire hidden Mist village. This is not what the third Mizukage wants to see. The third Mizukage may act aggressively, but he is not foolish like those from the Kaguya clan. The next day. Early morning. Uehara Soma activated Nicaro's blueprint. Dungeon instance opening successful, teleporting, a quaint courtyard, but it appears slightly damaged, lacking vitality, with few traces of human life. A figure emerged. A young girl with long pink-purple hair, a bit playful yet with a touch of charm, dressed in a brown uniform, with a short long sword belted at her waist. Her eyes carry complexity, a mix of regret and reluctance intertwined. Instance mission, Mizukage regret, mission reward, Nicaro's materials. Do you accept the mission? Accept. A scene unfolded before Uehara Soma. A little girl who displayed extraordinary talent from a young age, garnering expectations from everyone and feeling proud of herself. However, with the onset of illness, the girl's talents could no longer shine. Gradually, the girl's relatives, her family, also gave up on her, leaving the girl alone, abandoned in a corner, neglected and lonely. The little girl fell from heaven to hell. This left her feeling reluctant and regretful. The voice of the girl resounded. I want to live. I want to prove myself to them. I want to be stronger than everyone else, more dazzling. Uehara Soma nodded. All right. In the next moment, the girl's figure vanished, and the scene disappeared as well. Uehara Soma walked to the door and pushed it open. Inside was a small bed. A little girl lay on a sick bed, visibly weak and in pain. Mizukage suffered from congenital heart disease. It's a condition that is nearly impossible to treat in this world, and even if treated, the body would be greatly affected, rendering her unable to unleash her kenjutsu talent. In the original plot, Mizukage survived only with the help of Aradama power. But even then, it was just a few more years of life. In the end, she succumbed to the disease. Uehara Soma looked at the little girl and sighed. Regardless of the world, the fall of a genius is always regrettable. Moreover, before Uehara Soma stood a rather beautiful and adorable little girl. I must accept the mission. But whether I can complete it depends on your luck. I don't know healing techniques, only body modification technique. I can only perform body modification on you. If you can survive, it's a good thing for both of us. But if I fail to save you, please don't blame me. Uehara Soma spoke to the unconscious Mizukage. If the body modification technique succeeds, Mizukage can survive, and Uehara Soma can obtain forging materials. But if it fails, Mizukage will end up like in the original plot, surviving for a little while with the power of Aradama, and Uehara Soma will have consumed a blueprint without gaining any materials. Your luck is actually not bad. Just recently, I obtained the body modification technique from Dr. Stylish. And lately, I've been crafting surgical knives. This time entering the dungeon instance, I brought two. Uehara Soma went to the window and first checked Mizukage's physical condition. Then, he started thinking along the lines of the body modification technique. Two ways. One is to modify Mizukage's heart. The other is to replace Mizukage's heart with another one. But replacing the heart, with my current level of body modification technique, is not an easy task. For the former, I can give it a try. It's like modifying our senpai's right eye. Tsubakuro's heart disease lies in the inadequate blood supply to the heart. Once vigorous exercises such as Kenjutsu training is undertaken, it will exacerbate this condition. It requires enhancing the blood supply capacity. Unfortunately, I don't have Byakugan. Otherwise, surgery would be much easier. Now, I can only operate while researching at the same time. If I knew a bit of medical ninjutsu, it would actually be more convenient. Uehara Soma lifted Tsubakuro's clothes, looking at her chest, observing the heartbeat. Her skin was fair, with a hint of illness, revealing faint blood vessel colors. This area seems to have some defects. Uehara Soma made a direct incision. Because he avoided the blood vessels, only a little blood flowed out. Perhaps feeling the pain. Even though Uehara Soma had applied anesthesia beforehand, there would still be some sensation. Tsubakuro frowned slightly. Father, mother. Don't abandon me. I'll be fine. I'm not sick. I'm still a genius. I won't let you down. Don't leave me. Uehara Soma shook his head and made another incision. Immediately, there was a complete opening in Tsubakuro's chest, revealing her heart beating inside, one beat after another. Thump. 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 Uehara Soma frowned. Indeed, the structure is somewhat different from a normal person's, many areas are weaker. Let me think about how to modify it. Strengthen the muscles here? Or add another mechanism to pump blood? Both are worth trying. Uehara Soma began his attempts. The surgical knife in hand swiftly moved. Wearing the god's hand made it even more dazzling, so fast that even shadows couldn't catch up. Time passed bit by bit. Uehara Soma was immersed in it. If a modification didn't feel right, he would redo it with better modifications. As a novice in the body modification technique, Uehara Soma had many shortcomings. Therefore, making small mistakes was normal. But fortunately, none were fatal errors. For Tsubakuro now, besides Uehara Soma, there was no better choice. Perhaps it was because too much time had passed, weakening the effects of anesthesia. Or perhaps Uehara Soma's body modification technique was too stimulating. Tsubakuro regained consciousness, opening her eyes. Uehara Soma sensed movement and instinctively looked over. In an instant, their eyes met. Tsubakuro felt a chill on her chest and lowered her head. Once she saw clearly, her pupils suddenly contracted. What have you done to me? Chapter 62, Ayuri Ringo. At first, Yum only felt a bit cold, chilly. But when she looked down, she was stunned. Her blanket had been lifted. Her clothes were pulled aside. Her chest was cut open, the blood, flesh, and bones inside were all visible. And her heart was beating violently. Uehara Soma hadn't expected Tsubakuro to wake up so quickly. Just as he was about to explain something, the knife in his hand involuntarily slashed across. As the paralysis weakened, intense pain immediately caused Tsubakuro to roll her eyes and faint. Uehara Soma opened his mouth. Fainted, good. Explaining might not necessarily work. Uehara Soma continued with his body modification technique. He reinforced the weak spots in Tsubakuro's heart, and then, using Tsubakuro's muscle tissue, he constructed several entities similar to blood pumps nearby. This should solve the problem of Tsubakuro's insufficient blood supply to the heart. Even enhancing Tsubakuro's blood supply capacity far beyond the ordinary. In that case, Tsubakuro could return to being the genius she was before. No, she would be even more of a genius than before. The sky gradually darkened. The light of the setting sun spilled into the courtyard, leaves fluttering down. Uehara Soma's figure emerged and stepped into the yard. Uehara Soma had already completed Tsubakuro's body modification technique. All wounds were stitched up. Now, Tsubakuro just needed to patiently wait for time to heal. A voice echoed in Uehara Soma's mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Do you wish to leave the dungeon instance? Yes. Uehara Soma's figure departed from the world of Toji no Miko. Tsubakuro opened her eyes, quickly looking around, but she didn't see Uehara Soma anywhere. All doors and windows were securely closed. Was it just an illusion? Back on Forging Island, there was an additional set of forging materials in front of Uehara Soma, precisely Nicaro's materials. However, Uehara Soma didn't immediately start forging. Instead, he stored away the materials first. Later, at the training ground, he continued with his physical training. Two figures approached Forging Island. Ao leaned on his cane, looking toward the newcomers. Someone's coming. Biwajuzo instantly became alert, but soon, he realized something. Ao, are the Anbu ninja still here? They are. Biwajuzo's vigilance diminished a bit. If the Anbu ninja were still present, it meant they were aware of the newcomers' arrival. If the Anbu ninja didn't intervene, it was likely on the orders of the third Mizukage. Mayuko-senpai. Juzo, Ao. Ao hurried forward. Mayuko-senpai, thank you. Ao's treatment was divided into two parts. One part was completed by Uehara Soma. The other part was completed by Mayuko Ringo. It can be said that both parts were indispensable. Without one part, I might have died by now. Therefore, I was grateful to both Uehara Soma and Mayuko Ringo. No need, I just did what I should do. Mayuko Ringo waved her hand and looked at Biwajuzo. Is Soma here? Soma is at the training ground. This time, I'll have to disturb Forging Island for a while. Mayuko Ringo said, the situation with the Kaguya clan has already been investigated by Mizukage-sama. It's not the action of the Kaguya clan, but solely Kaguya Tai's actions. But, inevitably, there may still be similar entities within the Kaguya clan. Mizukage-sama said, for my safety, I should remain hidden for the time being. Forging Island is currently the most suitable place. Uehara Soma heard the commotion and looked over. When he saw Mayuko Ringo, he ended his training. Mayuko-senpai. Soma, thank you for your surgical knives. Senpai, you're too kind. Uehara Soma paused for a moment and said, I heard Senpai just now saying you'll be staying on Forging Island for a while? Yes, Mizukage-sama thinks my current situation is quite dangerous. He doesn't know if other members of the Kaguya clan might target me, so he's instructed me to lay low. As she spoke, Mayuko Ringo patted the head of a little girl beside her. This is my granddaughter, Ayuri. Ayuri, say hello to everyone. Ayuri Ringo obediently took 2 steps forward. Hi Juzo-senpai, Ao-senpai, Arafuni-senpai, and Soma-senpai. Uehara Soma sized up Ayuri Ringo. Having heard Mayuko Ringo's name before, Uehara Soma found it familiar, especially because of the Ringo part. It seems his guess was correct, Ayuri Ringo is actually related to Mayuko Ringo. With her long red hair tied into 2 ponytails, a petite figure, and sharp teeth peeking out as she spoke, she appeared quiet at the moment. However, Uehara Soma could tell from her gaze that she was likely a very lively girl. Uehara Soma didn't know much about Ayuri Ringo's information beforehand. He only knew that she was a genius from the Hidden Mist village. She excelled in using the thunder swords. And she surpassed Kurisuke Reiga in that regard. Her health wasn't great, and she passed away at a young age. This made Uehara Soma unavoidably recall his recent treatment of Tsubakuro in the dungeon instance. Previously, when I saw Tsubakuro, I thought, if there's anyone from the Hidden Mist village who resembles Tsubakuro, Ayuri Ringo would be one. And now, she's just arrived at Forging Island. However, Uehara Soma wasn't sure about Ayuri Ringo's age before. Because it wasn't explicitly mentioned in the original plot. Now, looking at Ayuri Ringo in front of him, Uehara Soma felt she should be a bit younger than Zabuza, but not by much. Uehara Soma arranged an empty small house for Mayuko Ringo and Ayuri Ringo. Even though the third Mizukage had reached the limit of his patience with the Kaguya clan considering the village's current situation, he restrained his temperament and didn't take any action yet. There were no further actions from the Kaguya clan either. It seemed like both sides had reached some kind of tacit understanding. Kaguya Tai's death seemed as if it hadn't happened at all. However, the relationship between the Kaguya clan and the Hidden Mist village has completely deteriorated. The relationship between the two is beyond repair. An eruption is just waiting for a trigger. Kaguya Matsui and Kaguya Neko have become the two most tormented individuals within the Kaguya clan. But their situations and thoughts are slightly different. Apart from Kaguya Matsui and Kaguya Neko, Kaguya En, the clan head of the Kaguya clan, also feels overwhelmed, but he can't think of a solution, so he feels somewhat resigned. Our Kaguya clan is truly strange. We have those like Kaguya Tai who prioritize the ultimate interests of the family without using their brains. And then there's Kaguya Matsui, who betrays the family for the sake of the village. What kind of bloodline could lead to such a situation? The situation with Konoha's Uehara is bad, but it's not as complex as the Kaguya clans. Fortunately, Kaguya Matsui still holds some family loyalty and hasn't disclosed all the information to the Mizukage. Otherwise, there would be no room for maneuver. As for Kaguya Tai, let him rest in peace. Kaguya Tai's death actually relieved Kaguya En. Suddenly, a dreadful thought emerged in Kaguya En's mind. What if family members like Kaguya Tai were all gone? Would the situation in the Kaguya clan improve? Chapter 63, Medical Studies Can't Save the Hidden Mist Village. Even if members of the clan like Kaguya Tai continue to die, will the Kaguya clan become normal? No, if that happens, the Kaguya clan might cease to exist. Kaguya En furrowed his brows, sighed deeply after a long while. Could it be that the best path for the Kaguya clan is to disappear? After a day of training, Uehara Soma entered the forging room with materials in hand. He took out the blueprint of Nicaro. Compared to the blue rose sword, the forging difficulty of Nicaro seems to be slightly lower. But the necessary preparations still need to be made. I cannot afford to be careless. After all, there's only one set of materials. First, he conducted deductions, then simulations. Only when the simulation was nearly complete did he proceed with the formal forging. Due to the abundance of training content, this time Uehara Soma's preparation for forging took slightly longer than before. A metal ingot for the blade material. A piece of wood and leather for the handle material. A long piece of wood for the scabbard material. In addition, there are some additional materials. According to the instructions on the blueprint, they can enhance the toughness and sharpness of the ninjato. And, an unusual crystal. The power of Aradama. According to my memory, the power of Aradama seems to belong not to Nicaro, but to Tsubakuro. After all, Aradama is infused into Tsubakuro's body. But for me, this isn't a bad thing. A Nicaro with the power of Aradama will definitely be stronger. Forging the metal, repeating the process. Compared to ordinary metals, the quality provided by the dungeon instance is undoubtedly much stronger. The ordinary metal used by Uehara Soma, after undergoing 10 rounds of lava forging, basically reached its limit. However, this piece of metal, after Uehara Soma forged it 30 times, still had room for improvement. Even without any other materials, the ninjato forged solely from this piece of metal can be considered a treasure sword. When compared with the executioner's blade in a clash, what will break is the executioner's blade, not this sword. Even though the executioner's blade can repair itself through blood, how many opportunities will there be in a fierce battle to allow the executioner's blade to replenish blood? Are you going to suck your own blood? However, is it really worth it to expend your own blood to replenish a sword? Ding. 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 With each hammer strike, sparks flew. The scorching heat swept over. You could even catch a whiff of the scent of magma. 36 times. Uehara Soma plunged the forged blade blank into the magma, waiting until it turned red, then fetched a jar of wine. He opened his mouth. Splurt. The wine turned into mist, evenly falling onto the blade blank. Hiss. Alcohol and water mist dispersed simultaneously. Then, polishing and creating the edge. Afterwards, Uehara Soma proceeded to handle the other materials, crafting the handle, fitting it to the blade, ensuring it matches the grip, can dampen the vibration from clashes, and is non-slip. In comparison, less attention is paid to the scabbard. Originally, Uehara Soma planned to divide this forging process into 2 stages. One stage completed each day. But as he forged, He found it hard to stop. It wasn't until midnight that Uehara Soma finally ceased. At this point, nearly all the forging steps for Nicaro were completed, with only the final step remaining. Uehara Soma took out the crystal. Crack. Lifting the hammer, he gently tapped the end of the crystal. In the next moment, the crystal cracked open. Some strange power emerged from the crystal. Uehara Soma picked up the forged blade and brought it beneath the crystal. The power was automatically drawn in, slowly entering the blade. As this power entered, the blade gradually began to change. Its original bright surface dimmed slightly, and complex and eerie patterns appeared on it. Done. Uehara Soma surveyed his creation. A complete long sword. An exquisite scabbard. A simple blade. Congratulations to the host for completing the forging. Nicaro forging successful, completion level, excellent. Congratulations to the host for gaining swordsmanship experience x2000. At the same time, a wave of information flooded into Uehara Soma's mind. Nicaro. Type, long sword. Quality, excellent. Abilities, ghost-slaying blade. When causing wounds, it carries the power of spirits, which can affect the movement of the injured party. Note, according to the blacksmith's third rule, this ninjato cannot harm the forger. Ghost-slaying blade? Uehara Soma pondered for a moment. Nicaro, in the backstory of this sword, was said to have slain a smiling female ghost. Perhaps the ability of this ghost-slaying blade comes from the slain female ghost? It's somewhat similar to the ability of Kirichimanji. They both have an effect on the injured after causing wounds. The former causes unhealable wounds, while the latter affects the movement of the injured. Each has its own strengths and weaknesses, but both are still good. Uehara Soma withdrew his gaze. The situation with Ayuri Ringo is somewhat similar to Tsubakuro. If my previous speculation is correct, there's a high probability that Nicaro will approve of Ayuri Ringo. And coincidentally, Ayuri Ringo has just arrived at Forging Island. Uehara Soma looked at the semi-transparent panel in front of him. Name, Uehara Soma, Comprehensive Strength, Chunin, Swordsmanship, Familiar, 3300, Body Modification Technique, Familiar, 2000, Forging Technique, Good, Proficient to Forging Island Bonus, God's Hand Bonus, Mission Items, Thug Recruitment Token X2, Blacksmith Reputation, 35, Evaluation. As a blacksmith, the basics are good. With your own forging site and equipment, the forging technique is enhanced, with a chance to craft ninja tools of superior quality or above. As a ninja, your strength is lacking. In warfare, you're only considered as high-level cannon fodder. Uehara Soma drew out Nicaro and gave it a swing. I gained 2000 points of swordsmanship experience in one go, reaching the familiar level. It's truly a whole new level. I wonder what level my kenjutsu skills would be among the Mist Village ninjas. But it should be at a combat-ready level, right? If Uehara Soma experimented with the familiar level of body modification technique on Ao, then he entirely relied on the body modification technique to complete the mission on Tsubakuro. He solved Tsubakuro's problem. To achieve that extent with a familiar level of body modification technique. With familiar level kenjutsu, it shouldn't be too bad. Meanwhile, after pondering for a long time, Ayuri Ringo lifted her head and looked at Mayuko Ringo. Grandma. Ayuri, what's wrong? Grandma, I don't want to study medicine anymore. Why? Because I feel like studying medicine won't save the village. No matter how strong a medical ninjutsu is, there are limits to what it can do. I want to become a combat ninja. A very strong and powerful combat ninja. There was a gleam in Ayuri Ringo's eyes. That way, we'll have a better chance of defeating those darned folks from Konoha. You can read up to 50 advanced chapters and support me at patreon.com/lookacomment11comment. Vote Chapter 64, let Ayuri Ringo give it a try. Mayuko Ringo remained silent for a moment. Okay. Immediately, Mayuko Ringo found Biwajuzo. Juzo. Mayuko-senpai, what's wrong? Do you take disciples? Biwajuzo hesitated for a moment. Mayuko-senpai, what do you mean by that? It's about a Ayuri. Mayuko Ringo explained, originally, I wanted a Ayuri to become a medical ninja like me. I've been guiding a Ayuri in that direction. But, the incident last time had a big impact on a Ayuri. A Ayuri doesn't want to study medicine anymore. She wants to become a combat ninja instead. I thought about it and realized that this might indeed be a better choice. Biwajuzo furrowed his brows. So, Mayuko-senpai, you want me to become a Ayuri's sensei? Yes. But, Mayuko-senpai, I'm a failure. The defeat of that day had a profound effect on Biwajuzo. The appearance of the blue rose sword made Biwajuzo's heart slightly clearer, but without defeating that Konoha Genin for revenge for even a day, Biwajuzo would never truly dispel that nightmare. Teaching and being a sensei are two different things. Biwajuzo teaches Uehara Soma water release, but never considers himself Uehara Soma's sensei. Biwajuzo believes he is not qualified. Those who understand wouldn't think it's your fault, Juzo. Mayuko Ringo said, Juzo, please. Okay. Biwajuzo nodded. I will do my best to train a Ayuri into a powerful ninja. Mayuko Ringo smiled. A Ayuri, come here. A Ayuri Ringo quickly ran to Biwajuzo. Greetings, sensei. A Ayuri, have you ever thought about what type of combat ninja you want to become? No, I just want to be as strong as possible. Biwajuzo said, the stronger, the better, huh? Alright, there are two areas I excel in, one is water release, and the other is swordsmanship. Let me see your talent in water release first. Show me a water release ninjutsu that you know. A Ayuri Ringo nodded. Okay. With that, a Ayuri Ringo formed hand seals. Water release, water clone jutsu. Besides this, do you know any other water release ninjutsu? I also know hiding in mist jutsu. For ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, these two ninjutsu are equivalent to Konoha's three basic jutsu, which everyone must learn, except for a few who lack water release talent. I'll teach you a water release now. Listen carefully. After I finish explaining, I'll demonstrate, then you follow along with the hand seals, and I'll see how well you can do it. Okay. Biwajuzo began explaining the water release water prison jutsu. This is a very typical water release ninjutsu. It not only requires a certain amount of chakra but also demands chakra control. Before long, Biwajuzo finished his explanation. He formed hand seals. Water release, water prison jutsu. A Ayuri Ringo stared intently, paying close attention. That night's scene would forever be etched in a Ayuri Ringo's memory. Her grandmother. The top medical ninja of the Hidden Mist Village. A distinguished figure in the Hidden Mist Village. But she was attacked in her own village, in her own home. If Biwajuzo hadn't arrived just in time, she would have been killed by people from her own village. All because they were searching for something from the Hyuga clan of Konoha, the Baragan. A Ayuri Ringo loathed Kageyatai. But she loathed even more the real culprit behind this, Konoha. At the same time, a Ayuri Ringo felt a deep sense of powerlessness. That's why a Ayuri Ringo wanted to become a combat ninja, to gain stronger abilities and become a formidable ninja. Do you understand now? I understand. Then give it a try. Okay. A Ayuri Ringo mimicked Biwajuzo's hand seals. She did it with some accuracy, just slightly slower. Water release, water prison jutsu. In the next moment, a small water bubble appeared in front of a Ayuri Ringo. A Ayuri Ringo paused. I'm sorry, sensei. Biwajuzo waved his hand. It's alright, learning ninjutsu isn't something you master in one go. Take it slowly, practice a few more times. However, as he said this, Biwajuzo couldn't help but glance in the direction of Uehara Soma's forging room. Recalling the image of Uehara Soma learning water release ninjutsu. However, Biwajuzo also knew that such people were extremely rare. Throughout the history of the Hidden Mist Village, there were probably only a few. Squeak. Uehara Soma pushed open the door and stepped out. Good morning, Juzo-senpai, Mayuko-senpai, a Ayuri. Since he finished forging Nicaro late, Uehara Soma simply rested in the forging room and it was now morning. What's going on? Mayuko Ringo said, I asked Juzo to take Ayuri as his disciple. Is that so? Uehara Soma looked at Biwa Juzo. Congratulations, Juzo-senpai. This was something that didn't happen in the original plot. To some extent, it was also influenced by the butterfly effect of his own appearance. Then, Uehara Soma turned to Ayuri Ringo. This is something worth celebrating. I just made a small longsword. Ayuri, why don't you give it a try? Uehara Soma handed Nicaro to Ayuri Ringo. Ayuri Ringo looked at Nicaro, her eyes gleaming slightly, showing signs of liking it, but she didn't immediately take it. Instead, she looked at Mayuko Ringo first. Mayuko Ringo glanced at the small longsword, unable to discern the special features of Nicaro, thinking it was just an ordinary ninjato. Similar to the surgical knives Uehara Soma had given her. So she smiled and nodded. Ayuri, go ahead and take it. Only then did Ayuri Ringo happily accept it. Thank you, Soma-senpai. You're welcome. Ayuri Ringo gripped the hilt and drew it out. A prompt sounded in Uehara Soma's mind. A contractee compatible with Nicaro has appeared. Tsubakuro approval, upper mid, attribute compatibility, mid, overall compatibility, good. Do you want to proceed with the contract? Only good. Uehara Soma narrowed his eyes slightly. It's slightly lower than the compatibility with the Blue Rose Sword and Juzo-senpai. The approval level from Tsubakuro is just upper mid. Does this mean that Tsubakuro and Ayuri Ringo are less similar than Yujo and Juzo-senpai? Uehara Soma subconsciously glanced at Mayuko Ringo. In the original plot, both Tsubakuro and Ayuri Ringo died young due to illness. But the difference is that almost all of Tsubakuro's relatives abandoned her. Yet, Ayuri Ringo has Mayuko Ringo, who is very good to her. Additionally, Tsubakuro was skilled in kenjutsu. Ayuri Ringo uses thunder swords but is more proficient in lightning release. Uehara Soma hesitated slightly. The rewards obtained from guiding the contract are determined by the compatibility level chosen by the contractee of the ninjato. In the previous two contract guides, both were at the excellent level. The combination of the two allowed Uehara Soma to achieve a perfect level water release talent. But, without guiding the contract, can I find someone more suitable for Nicaro within the Hidden Mist Village? Chapter 65, The Third Thug. Regarding the Hidden Mist Village, there is still Kimimaro. However, firstly, he is too young, and secondly, Kimimaro is from the Kaguya clan. In the Land of Water, Haku can also be considered one. But I don't even know where Haku is now. After hesitating for a moment, Uehara Soma decided to guide. Because based on the current situation, the number of ninjatos he could build in the future would not be few, while there were not many ninjas in the Hidden Mist Village with sufficient talent. Uehara Soma only remembered about a dozen names. It's impossible for all ninjatos to find contractors with excellent talent and compatibility. For now, the best ones are the ones in hand. Moreover, the compatibility between Shiro, Kimimaro, and Nicaro may not necessarily reach excellent. After being rescued by Okimaru, Kimimaro regarded Okimaru as everything. But Tsubakuro seeks recognition from others. Haku is gentle, but Tsubakuro is much more combative in nature. In addition, Uehara Soma believes that among the ninjatos he will forge in the future, there will definitely be some that can match Kimimaro and Haku. Geniuses, dying young. In other dimensions, there are actually quite a few who meet these conditions. Guide. The next moment. Contract with Nicaro successful, compatibility, good. Nicaro has gained a certain degree of enhancement. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a good level lightning release ninjutsu talent, a good level lightning release talent. I wonder what level that is. It's definitely better than my previous lightning release talent. But not as good as my water release. I can learn some lightning release ninjutsu as auxiliary means. For a ninja, the more skills they have, the stronger their overall strength tends to be. Of course, This is the case when they are already proficient in a certain ninjutsu and then learn other auxiliary means. If you don't even have a specialty and just learn randomly, it will only have the opposite effect. It not only fails to enhance overall strength but also leaves you lagging behind ninjas of the same level. At the moment of completing the contract, Ayuri Ringo also felt that the small longsword in her hand seemed to become more handy than when she first got it. Instantly, she grew fond of it. Soma-senpai, does this sword have a name? Nicaro. Nicaro. Such an interesting name. Thank you, Soma-senpai. You're welcome. After a pause, Uehara Soma said, by the way, this ninjato has a special ability. As soon as this was said, both Biwajuzo and Mayuko Ringo's expressions changed. Soma, this is too precious. Previously, Mayuko Ringo thought that Nicaro was just an ordinary ninjato. Therefore, Ayuri Ringo didn't refuse. But hearing Uehara Soma say that, Mayuko Ringo knew that Nicaro was not as simple as an ordinary ninjato. A ninjato with hidden abilities, and it was crafted by Uehara Soma. So it's very likely to be on the same level as Kirichimanji and the Blue Rose Sword. Ayuri, quickly give it back to Soma. Ayuri Ringo had just completed the contract with Nicaro, feeling that it was very handy and had a faint sense of familiarity, and she was reluctant to let it go. But Ayuri Ringo listened to Mayuko Ringo. Soma-senpai, this is too precious, so I'll return it to you. Ayuri Ringo suppressed her reluctance and handed Nicaro back to Uehara Soma. Uehara Soma didn't take it. Mayuko-senpai, I believe you also know that the ninjatos I craft have certain special qualities and can choose their own ninja, so what I said earlier was just a trial. It's quite obvious that Nicaro just acknowledged Ayuri. Uehara Soma looked at Ayuri Ringo. Ayuri, right? Ayuri Ringo looked down at Nicaro in her hand. I just felt that Nicaro suddenly became somewhat different. Holding it felt a strong sense of familiarity, like being with a friend for a long time. Uehara Soma's gaze shifted back to Mayuko Ringo. Mayuko-senpai, since Nicaro has chosen Ayuri, let her use it. As the creator, I prefer my crafted ninjato to be used by ninjas it acknowledges. This is also good for the ninjato. It's not easy to find another person in the village who can be acknowledged by Nicaro. Mayuko Ringo hesitated for a moment. Alright, Soma, if you say so, I won't refuse again. Mayuko Ringo ruffled Ayuri Ringo's head. Ayuri, you mustn't disappoint Nicaro or Soma. Work hard, and in the future, let Nicaro shine in the ninja world like Kirichimanji and the Blue Rose Sword. Don't let Nicaro down. Ayuri Ringo nodded vigorously. Yes, Granny, I will. Ayuri Ringo was delighted, holding Nicaro tightly. Soma-senpai, what special abilities does Nicaro have? After Nicaro inflicts a wound, there will be a special power lingering at the wound, affecting the movements of the injured, causing their bodies to stiffen or become uncontrollable. Uehara Soma explained. At that moment, Ayuri, you can take advantage of this opportunity to attack the enemy again. The stiffness situation is related to Ayuri's strength, the chakra used, and the opponent's strength. Biwajuzo raised an eyebrow slightly. It's a similar ability to Kirichimanji, but with a different style. If this ability is used well, it's equally very powerful. Hitting the opponent, causing them to stiffen, gives you the opportunity to hit them again, causing them to stiffen again. Doesn't this mean that as long as you hit the opponent once, if they don't figure out a way to counter it, they'll keep falling into a passive receiving end? It all relies on wounds to affect the enemy. One is good at endurance battles. The other excels in controlling continuous attacks. Biwajuzo thought to himself, this ninjato is even stronger than the executioner's blade, but he didn't know the specifics of the stiffness situation, how large an area near the wound it could affect, and how long it could cause stiffness. So powerful. Ayuri Ringo looked at Nicaro in her hand, her eyes shining brightly, as if she couldn't wait to try it out. Uehara Soma turned to Biwajuzo. Juzo-senpai, I forged some ninjatos late yesterday, so I won't train this morning. I have something to do this afternoon. Let's discuss it, Juzo-senpai, and conserve some chakra and stamina. Upon hearing this, Biwajuzo understood that Uehara Soma had received another commission for ninjato materials. Alright. Biwajuzo felt pleased. Uehara Soma returned to his room, lying on the bed, but he didn't fall asleep right away. Instead, he pondered. Not only the compatibility targets for ninjatos are traceable, but also dungeon instance tasks can be deduced in advance based on the attributes of the ninjato and the characteristics of the commissioner. Kirichimanji is Akame's sword, so the task is related to Akame, it's Akame's regret. The blue rose sword is Yu-Gi-Oh's sword, so the task is related to Yu-Gi-Oh, it's Yu-Gi-Oh's regret. God's hand is Dr. Stylish's ambition. Nicaro is Utsubakuro's regret. And Dragon Bone is Zenin Maki's cursed tool. What task would Zenin Maki have? Ambition? Regret? Uehara Soma recalled. As a member of the Zenin family, she should have been in a high position, but because she lacked cursed energy, she was ostracized by the family. Therefore, she angrily left home to study elsewhere in order to become stronger and prove herself to the family. Her dream is to become the head of the Zenin family, change the current situation of the Zenin family, and ensure that everyone can live fairly. She actually cares a lot about her twin sister. When she returned to the Zenin family to recover cursed tools, she was ambushed by her own father, severely injured, and her sister, Zenin Mei, was thrown into the cursed spirit room. At that moment, Zenin Mei chose to sacrifice herself, breaking the twin bond. As a result, Zenin Maki gained the power she was supposed to have, greatly increasing her strength. But her sister's death left Zenin Maki in utter despair. So, Zenin Maki's task is most likely to save Zenin Mei. But this raises a question. The Zenin family wants to break the twin bond between Zenin Maki and Zenin Mei. To save Zenin Mei means inevitably becoming enemies with the entire Zenin family. And without breaking the twin bond, Zenin Maki and Zenin Mei won't have enough strength. Wait. I've fallen into a misconception. If it's just about saving someone, there's no need to engage in battle. The Zenin family's cursed spirit room can trap sorcerers and ordinary people, but it may not necessarily trap ninjas. After all, they operate on a completely different power system. As long as it's handled properly, there's a possibility of escape. Uehara Soma had an idea, and a blueprint appeared. The 2 blank hexagrams mean I can summon 2 assistants. Juzo-senpai, count as 1. As for the other one, if my speculation about the task is correct, then Ao-senpai would be a better choice. Right now, Uehara Soma doesn't have many options. One is Ao, and the other is Mayuko Ringo. Ao's advantage is having the Byakugan. Mayuko Ringo's advantage is her ability to use healing ninjutsu. In terms of combat strength, Ao hasn't fully recovered from his injuries yet, but he's still stronger than Mayuko Ringo. In the battle against Kageyatai, Mayuko Ringo was also seriously injured. Furthermore, in Uehara Soma's view, the Byakugan's abilities would be more useful in this dungeon instance than healing abilities. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and Uehara Soma fell into a deep sleep. Outside, Biwajuzo began to plan the future training for his disciple, Ayuri Ringo. The morning passed quickly. Uehara Soma woke up. Biwajuzo was already waiting at the door. Uehara Soma opened the door. Soma, did you receive a new commission? Uehara Soma nodded. This time the team requires 3 members. Juzo-senpai, what do you think about Ao-senpai? Ao. Biwajuzo said, to be honest, I didn't know much about Ao before. In my impression, Ao was just an ordinary jonin. But last time, he impressed me. He managed to capture a Byakugan from a Hyuga main family ninja. Quite impressive. And after transplanting the Byakugan, Ao can also use its abilities. His overall capabilities have been greatly enhanced, but his body has not fully recovered yet. But if we let Ao handle the planning and intelligence work, then there's no problem at all. At present, there's no better choice than Ao. Uehara Soma smiled. Juzo-senpai, your thoughts align with mine. In that case, let's head to our senpai's recovery room. Biwajuzo nodded. All right. When Uehara Soma informed Ao about the Forging Master spiritual land, Ao's eyes widened instantly. Then, he looked at Uehara Soma with excitement and anticipation. I'm willing to join. Uehara Soma took out the thug recruitment token. Ao accepted it without hesitation. A gleam of light flashed on the thug recruitment token. Then, the color of the recruitment order changed. Juzo-senpai, Ao-senpai, are you ready? Ready. Uehara Soma's mind moved. Dungeon instance opening successful, initiating teleportation. When Uehara Soma opened his eyes, he found himself in the middle of a city street, a rather modern city bustling with people, noisy chatter, the aroma of street food filling the air. Summon thugs. The maximum number of thugs that can be summoned in the current dungeon instance has been reached. Once summoned, they cannot be changed. Are you sure you want to summon these 2 thugs? Yes. The next moment, Biwajuzo and Ao felt a pull on their bodies. Biwajuzo was already familiar with the sensation. For Ao, it was the first time, feeling a bit strange, but he didn't resist. 2 figures appeared in front of Uehara Soma. It was Biwajuzo and Ao. Then, a young girl appeared before the 3 of them. Green long hair, tied up in a high ponytail, wearing a tight combat uniform, black stockings, long legs, with red-framed glasses, exuding a contrasting aura. A hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. Ao subconsciously became alert. But Biwajuzo knew that she must be the client for this mission. Ao, this is the client. Biwajuzo explained to Ao. Ao relaxed his guard. Mission, Zenin Maki's regret, mission reward, dragon bone materials, would you like to accept the mission? Uehara Soma's mind stirred. As expected, just as I guessed, predicting the client based on the ninja tools, inferring the tasks within the dungeon instance based on the client, understanding the plot of other worlds, is also one of the advantages of being a traveler like me. Uehara Soma silently thought. Yes. Chapter 66, The Zenin Sisters. Immediately, a scene appeared before the 3 of them. A pair of twins, born into a large family, but from birth, they were ejected. The twins entangled. This would lead to both twins' talents being affected. The older sister was born without any cursed energy talent and was despised by her family. The younger sister's situation was a little better, but not by much. Both of them were despised by their clan. Both were hated by their father, feeling ashamed of having daughters. Biwajuzo and Ao frowned upon seeing this. Even in the ruthless and bloody environment of the Hidden Mist village, it was rare to treat children so harshly just because of their lack of talent. Not long after, the older sister left the clan to seek strength elsewhere. Meanwhile, the younger sister stayed within the clan, but her days were not pleasant. Until one day, out of the blue, the older sister returned home because of something. It was at this moment that their father appeared. He ambushed the older sister, leaving her severely injured. Afterwards, he threw both the older sister and the younger sister into a secret room filled with monsters. Faced with this situation, the younger sister chose to sacrifice herself. With her death, she broke free from the entanglement of the twins. The older sister gained the talents and strength she should have had, then fought her way out. She killed their father. She killed many members of the clan. Blood stained the ground. But the younger sister could never come back. I want you to help me save my sister. Uehara Soma nodded in agreement. Okay. The girl's figure gradually disappeared. Uehara Soma looked towards a mansion not far away. Ao-senpai, please use the Byakugan to check the situation inside. All right. Ao turned towards the direction of the Zenin family mansion and concentrated chakra into his right eye. Byakugan. In the next moment, veins bulged beside Ao's right eye. The scene in Ao's line of sight suddenly changed. Observation, penetration. The situation of the entire Zenin family mansion was all within Ao's line of sight, clearly visible, including the buildings inside and the people, with no mistakes. After a moment, Ao withdrew his gaze and deactivated the Byakugan. In the Zenin family mansion, a middle-aged man looked up through the window and frowned. Is it an illusion? I quickly relayed the current situation of the Zenin family mansion to Uehara Soma and Biwajuzo. The two girls are now in the underground basement full of monsters. There are many patrols around the mansion, but we don't know their strength. Cursed energy and chakra are different systems. Just by using the Byakugan, one cannot judge the opponent's strength. Uehara Soma said, "Our goal is to rescue those two girls. If possible, there's no need to engage in combat with them." "Senpai, is there any underground waterway near the basement?" "There is. Just less than 10 meters below, there's an underground waterway," said. Biwajuzo immediately understood Uehara Soma's idea. Leaving through the underground waterway is a good choice. We hidden mist village ninjas are all skilled in water release. We don't know the strength of these people, but underwater is an advantageous environment for us. Nodded. "So, Soma, you wait from a distance. Juzo and I will go now." Uehara Soma shook his head. "Senpai, let me go with Juzo senpai. You can attract attention in another direction." Hesitated. "You're going to the Zenin family yourself?" "Soma, it's too risky for you, and your water release." Ao's understanding of Uehara Soma was limited to the forging technique. Very strong, has already forged many excellent ninjatos. Moreover, has extremely precise operational skills, capable of performing surgeries even beyond what medical ninjas can do. Let's go with Soma's plan. With that arrangement, the probability of success will be higher, and overall safety will be higher too. As for Soma's water release, you don't need to worry at all. There will be absolutely no problem. Biwajuzo understood Uehara Soma much more. Uehara Soma's talent in water release ranks among the best in the entire history of the Hidden Mist Village. It's just that currently, the basic attributes are slightly lacking in accumulation. But it's also at the level of a Chunin. Showed a somewhat surprised expression and glanced at Biwajuzo. After some hesitation, he nodded. "All right. Senpai, then please, when Juzo senpai and I reach below the basement or when we alert the people inside, create a huge disturbance to attract their attention and give us a chance." "All right." With that said, Uehara Soma and Biwajuzo found an entrance to the underground waterway and slipped in. A foul smell greeted them. "Soma, are you okay?" Biwajuzo wasn't worried about himself. Having been a ninja for so many years, Biwajuzo had encountered much worse situations. "I'm fine." Uehara Soma shook his head. During the forging process, there are often unpleasant odors, and besides, I'm a ninja too. Juzo-senpai, don't worry about me. Let's hurry, time may be running out. Biwajuzo nodded. The two of them instantly sped up. Before they arrived, Ao had already used the Byakugan to help them plan their route. That's the advantage of the Byakugan. Just by standing at a distance, you can collect all the information, plan ahead, and turn the passive situation into an active one. Uehara Soma increasingly felt that recruiting Ao as the third enforcer instead of Mayuko Ringo was the right choice. Even if another ninja with overall stronger abilities than Ao were to come, their impact wouldn't be as significant as Ao's. That's why the ninja world covets the Byakugan so much. As for the Sharingan, despite being another Kekkei Genkai, other ninja villages don't desire it as much. The Byakugan can enhance the overall potential of an entire team, while the Sharingan often only enhances the individual strength of the user. Of course, when it comes to the Mangekyo Sharingan level, it's a different story. Just as Uehara Soma and Biwajuzo officially entered the underground area of the Zenin mansion, Ao noticed that something seemed to have been triggered within a Zenin mansion. At the same time, Uehara Soma and Biwajuzo felt it too. The two exchanged glances. We need to hurry. However, this was not beyond the two's expectations. As a prominent family like the Zenin, having special security measures at the mansion was quite normal. Therefore, Uehara Soma was the one to inform Ao to create a disturbance if they startled anyone inside. Ao stood in a corner, gazing towards the direction of the Zenin mansion, then flicked his wrist. Two kunai swiftly flew out. One aimed towards the main gate, heading for the guards stationed there. The other was directed towards a more central area of the Zenin mansion. Both kunai were equipped with explosive tags. Boom! With a loud explosion, all the surrounding gazes were instantly drawn towards the source. Ao changed his position and moved to another direction. This time, Ao used shuriken. There were more of them compared to the kunai, and they were dispersed, curving in various directions towards different areas of the Zenin mansion, each with an explosive tag attached. A series of explosions resounded. The entire Zenin household was immediately thrown into chaos. The vast majority of people were drawn to these sudden explosions. Meanwhile, Uehara Soma and Biwajuzo took advantage of this opportunity and had already reached beneath the basement. Earth release, subterranean voyage jutsu. Biwajuzo's figure shot upwards. Instantly, the ground softened. Biwajuzo's form moved like a fish, swimming into the water created by the softened earth. When he reached the middle, Biwajuzo placed 2 explosive tags. Afterward, he moved to a safe distance. Boom! The tremendous force of the 2 explosive tags erupted instantly. The more enclosed the environment, the stronger the impact of the explosion. Crack! A crack appeared, spreading outwards. It extended in all directions. A large amount of soil, rocks, and bricks fell downward, dropping into the sewer. Uehara Soma piled up all the fallen objects in the direction of the upstream flow. Soon, a passage connecting the Zenin basement and the sewer appeared. Biwajuzo and Uehara Soma made their way to the basement. At this moment, Zenin Meiki lay severely injured on the ground. A determined look appeared in Zenin Mei's eyes, as if she had already made a decision. The surroundings were filled with curses. The sudden tremor left Zenin Mei somewhat bewildered. However, the appearance of Biwajuzo and Uehara Soma made Zenin Mei alert. But after considering her current situation, Zenin Mei didn't feel particularly worried. Her own father had thrown her and her injured sister into this room filled with curses. Zenin Mei felt that there was nothing worse than this situation. Uehara Soma rushed towards the severely injured Zenin Meiki. He directly lifted her up. Then he looked at Zenin Mei. "We're from Tokyo Metropolitan High School, here to rescue you. Don't panic, follow us." Uehara Soma fabricated a false identity for himself. Tokyo Metropolitan High School was the school Zenin Meiki attended. Given the current situation, it was an identity Zenin Mei could trust, especially since her knowledge of the school was limited. Therefore, Zenin Mei couldn't determine whether Uehara Soma was lying. "There's no time." After hesitating for a moment, Zenin Mei nodded. Biwajuzo came up behind Zenin Mei and grabbed the back of her clothes. Then, like carrying a little chick, they jumped down the passage leading to the sewer from the basement. Chapter 67, Modified Water Dragon Bullet Splash. Splash. 2 consecutive splashes echoed. At this moment, the people outside had already noticed the changes in the basement. Even though most of their attention was drawn to Ao's explosive tags, there were still a few people on this side. For example, Zenin Meiki and Zenin Mei's father, Zeninoge. "This doesn't look good." Zeninoge opened the door and saw the hole blasted in the ground inside the secret room. Immediately, Zeninoge's pupils contracted. But the curses swarming out delayed Zeninoge for a moment. Biwajuzo noticed the situation above. "Hold your breath." Zenin Mei hesitated for a moment but instinctively followed Biwajuzo's instructions. Then she saw Biwajuzo quickly forming hand seals. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave jutsu. A ninjutsu known for its volume of water. Even elite jonin like Biwajuzo find it extremely taxing to use. That's why Biwajuzo has taught Uehara Soma almost all of his water release techniques, except for this one ninjutsu. Even with Uehara Soma's exceptional water release talent, it's too much for him with only Chunin level foundational attributes. Unlike the exploding water colliding wave jutsu, even when Uehara Soma expends all his chakra, he can barely manage to use it. This is the advantage brought by Uehara Soma's perfect level water release talent. Chunin of the same rank from Hidden Mist Village can't achieve this. Some Chunin even struggle to use techniques like Water Dragon Bullet. A large amount of water appeared out of thin air. Suddenly, The entire underground waterway nearby is filled. And it continues to gush forth endlessly. Some even surge into the Zenin family's basement. Water flows downhill. The immense volume of water only amplifies this momentum. Uehara Soma and the others in the water are all caught in the current. They navigate through the sewer at an incredibly fast pace. Zenin Mei's eyes widen abruptly. As a sorcerer, she's encountering such a situation for the first time. Biwajuzo remains stable in the water despite the circumstances. Relying on the unique nature of water release ninjutsu, he moves through the watery environment like a nimble fish. Uehara Soma does the same. But Zenin Meiki's condition becomes dire. Already severely injured. Chase after them. Zeninoge's expression darkens. Biwajuzo sensed the situation behind them and glances back, knowing that even though they're still far away, he and Soma, along with their companions, will be somewhat slowed down. Soma, someone's chasing us. Can they catch up? Not in the short term, but those two won't hold out for long. Biwajuzo is referring to Zenin Mei and Zenin Meiki. Soma, I'll hold them off. Okay, Juzo-senpai, hand them over to me. You can handle 2 people? I can. Alright. Biwajuzo pushed Zenin Mei towards Uehara Soma's direction. Hold on tight to me. Uehara Soma caught Zenin Mei. Zenin Mei quickly clung onto him. Biwajuzo stopped and looked in the direction where Zeninoge and the others are catching up. You managed to catch up so quickly in this underwater environment. It seems your strength is indeed not weak. However, for us ninjas, once we take on a mission, we must complete it. Moreover, this is an extremely important mission for the Hidden Mist Village. Let me show you the power of the ninjato that Soma has given me. Biwajuzo placed his hand on the hilt of the blue rose sword. A chilling aura emanated from Biwajuzo. Slowly, it seeped out. Some ice crystals formed around Biwajuzo. Bloom, blue rose. Biwajuzo raised his hand forward. Swoosh. A blast of icy air, like a bullet, shot forward. And along the path of this bullet, the water, at a visible speed, froze, solidifying into ice, following the direction of the bullet, spreading and advancing. Zeninoge's pupils shrank suddenly. Because of the freezing of the water near Biwajuzo, the water that was rushing downwards was directly reversed, causing a huge force that affected Zeninoge and the others' movements. It's so cold. Is the path ahead frozen? What kind of technique is this? However, Biwajuzo's attack was not over yet. Blue Rose Ice Release, thousands senbon. Using the power of Blue Rose as a foundation, and combining his water release ninjutsu and experience with ninja tools, Biwajuzo developed a series of ninjutsu simulating ice-based tools. Swish. 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 The sound of ice senbon piercing through the water flow continued incessantly. Even though Zeninoge and the others were cursed energy users, they were unable to break free immediately from Biwajuzo's sudden attack and were instead restrained. On the other side, Zenin Mei held on to Uehara Soma tightly. But Zenin Meiki, already heavily injured, had fallen into unconsciousness. She involuntarily tried to breathe. Uehara Soma, seeing this, could only raise Zenin Meiki's head slightly, bringing it closer, press it tightly, and lend some air from his own lungs to Zenin Meiki, preventing her from drowning. Zenin Mei, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but widen her eyes. Over here. A familiar voice echoed. Uehara Soma immediately took Zenin Mei and Zenin Meiki upwards. Ao senpai. Ao quickly glanced at Zenin Meiki and Zenin Mei. Soma, where's Juzo? As soon as he finished speaking, Biwajuzo's figure appeared. Uehara Soma didn't hear the completion sound of the mission, realizing that he probably had to take Zenin Meiki and Zenin Mei to a farther place. This place wasn't enough. Ao senpai, Juzo senpai, we need to go to a more distant location. Further? Does that mean they can find us and catch up? Ao's eyes flickered as he looked towards the direction of the Zenin family mansion. While Biwajuzo directly asked, Soma, where are we going? To the sea. But what about them? Take this. Uehara Soma saw several empty barrels by the roadside, the kind used for storing wine, and reached out to take one. What's this? Zenin Mei hadn't reacted yet when she was stuffed into the wooden barrel. Along with Zenin Maki. Both of them weren't too chubby, so being stuffed into the barrel was a bit cramped, but it was manageable. Moreover, being next to Maki made Mei feel much more at ease. Let's go. Uehara Soma, along with the Zenin sisters in the barrel, all entered the sewer. They moved at a very fast pace, following the flow of the water. Ao used his Byakugan, simultaneously scouting the path ahead and observing the situation behind. It seems like someone's catching up. Biwajuzo's expression turned serious. Then we need to go even faster. Ao hesitated for a moment before saying, a few hundred meters ahead, break through the wall, and we can enter the river. I'll do it. Biwajuzo immediately formed hand seals. Water release, water fang bullet jutsu. Water condensed into long spears, spinning rapidly one after another. Then, under Biwajuzo's control, they were thrown towards the location Ao had mentioned. Bang! 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 After a dozen or so consecutive strikes. Boom! The wall collapsed with a thunderous roar. A huge gap appeared. The water on both sides swiftly converged. Let's go. Ao's face darkened slightly. Their distance, it's closer. Biwajuzo frowned. I'll hold them off. Juzo-senpai, no need. Soma? Biwajuzo looked towards Uehara Soma, only to see Uehara Soma pushing the barrel in his hands forward, then rapidly forming hand seals. Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu? Yes but no, it's not quite like what you expect. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. What Uehara Soma used was indeed the Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. However, he made some slight modifications compared to the original Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Fine-tuning. Different from the original Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu, which emphasizes attack. At this moment, the Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu used by Uehara Soma emphasized its ability to escape. When he was learning Water Release from Biwajuzo before, Uehara Soma had considered this issue. Apart from Hoshigaki Kisame's ninjutsu, which he liked a lot, such as the chakra absorption technique, Uehara Soma also liked the Great Shark Bullet Jutsu. Not only could it be controlled remotely to attack targets, but it could also envelop the user within it, allowing the user to move at extremely fast speeds. The Water Shark Bullet series of ninjutsu is a secret jutsu of the Hoshigaki clan. Even as a close friend of Hoshigaki Kisame, Uehara Soma couldn't just demand it outright. Therefore, Uehara Soma came up with another idea. Since his water release talent was so high, instead of creating new water release ninjutsu, could he modify the water release ninjutsu he already knew to some extent? Uehara Soma's gaze fell on the Water Dragon Bullet ninjutsu. Because the Water Dragon Bullet jutsu itself is a versatile ninjutsu. There are ninjas who use the Water Dragon Bullet jutsu to move, not just by standing directly on the dragon's head. However, Uehara Soma wasn't satisfied with this. He wanted to make the Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu more similar to the characteristics of the Great Shark Bullet Jutsu. Faster speed. More convenient method of carrying. Uehara Soma had thought about this many times. Continuously comparing the Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu and the Great Shark Bullet Jutsu in his mind. Uehara Soma had quite a few ideas. And just now, in the flow of water in the sewer, facing the Zenin clan members who were chasing after them, as well as the two burdens, Zenin Mei and Zenin Maki. A sudden inspiration flashed through Uehara Soma's mind. That was when he completed the slight modification to the Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. One part was innate talent, one part was understanding, and the remaining part was attributed to the sudden burst of inspiration. The water dragon appeared, directly enveloping Uehara Soma's figure within it. The next moment, aiming at the wooden barrel in the water, it opened its mouth wide. In an instant, it swallowed the barrel whole. Then, all of its strength was focused on swimming. The speed was extremely fast. Biwajuzo's eyes showed a surprised expression. Is this Soma's own research? Is this what a truly talented ninja looks like? But Biwajuzo didn't have any sourness. He was just surprised by Uehara Soma's performance. Juzo, can the Water Dragon Bullet be used like this? Ao instinctively asked Biwajuzo. Biwajuzo didn't answer but said, "Let's catch up and completely shake off those people behind us." Biwajuzo and Ao, both extremely powerful water release ninjas, without needing to consider Uehara Soma or the Zenin sisters, exerted their full speed, which was not slow at all. Their figures trailed behind the water dragon, following the river. Gradually, they widened the distance between them and the pursuers from the Zenin family, until they entered the sea. The Zenin family's people couldn't catch up anymore. A notification sound rang in Uehara Soma's mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Would you like to leave the dungeon instance?" Uehara Soma emerged from the water. Not far away, a small island came into view. "Juzo-senpai, Ao-senpai, you can just drop them off on the island." "I'll do it." Biwajuzo lifted the barrel, chakra condensed under his feet, stepping on the sea surface, walking step by step towards the small island. Uehara Soma and Ao followed closely behind. Bang! The barrel opened. Zenin Mei suddenly stuck her head out, took a deep breath, exhaled, then looked inside the barrel at Zenin Meiki and quickly pulled her out. "Sister?" Mei confirmed that Meiki was still breathing and her heartbeat was normal, then breathed a sigh of relief. She looked up. Zenin Mei was about to express her gratitude to Soma and the others, only to find out that at this moment, Soma and his two companions had disappeared into thin air. Chapter 68, Cursed Tool Dragon Bone, Forging. Exiting the dungeon instance, they returned to Forging Island. Ao's mood was somewhat excited. "I never expected Forging Master Spiritual Land to be such a place. It's like another world altogether. I've heard that the summoning beasts corresponding to Konoha's Zenin each have their own summoning sanctuaries. I wonder if it's similar." Obtaining materials from Forging Master Spiritual Land, coupled with Soma's superb forging technique, can create ninjato like Irichimanji and Blue Rose Sword. The great blacksmith from back then should be the same. Ao looked towards Uehara Soma with shining eyes. "With Soma's efficiency, I'm afraid it's far beyond the level of the 7 ninja swords. In the future, there may be a ninjato suitable for me." Biwajuzo didn't share Ao's excitement, just pleased to complete the commission. But at the same time, Biwajuzo pondered a question. That is, the matter concerning Zenin Meiki and Zenin Mei. The true intent of Zenin is to choose one of the two, breaking the twin entanglement, and the remaining one can become extremely strong. In these years, Hidden Mist Village has been doing similar things. It's just not as strict. It's not parents to children, but village elders to village descendants. It's not about making blood sisters compete and kill each other, but about letting students of the same period, young ninjas, compete and fight. If Zenin Meiki seeks revenge on the Zenin family, then what about the ninjas of Hidden Mist Village? Will there be some ninjas seeking revenge on Hidden Mist Village? Bloody Mist indeed produced many elite ninjas. But, what if some of these elite ninjas produced seek revenge on the village, slaughter? What then? Konoha doesn't have a Bloody Mist, yet it can produce such strong ninjas. Uehara Soma approached Arafuni. "Chief Uehara. Arafuni, get ready, and come with me to the forging room." "Yes, Chief." The difficulty of forging dragon bone surpasses that of Nicaro's. Uehara Soma reduced the time spent on his basic physical training. Instead, he devoted more time to preparing for the forging of dragon bone. Arafuni acted as his assistant. The sound of metal being hammered echoed from the forging room, accompanied by the scent of magma. Ayuri Ringo trained earnestly on the training ground. Large beads of sweat dripped like rain. When she felt exhausted, Ayuri Ringo couldn't help but recall that night when Mayuko Ringo faced Kageyatai, feeling powerless against Kageyatai's attack and getting severely injured. Ayuri Ringo didn't want such a thing to happen again. "I must become stronger. Not just for myself, but also to live up to the ninjato crafted by Soma-senpai." Ayuri Ringo knows that Uehara Soma has only crafted 3 ninjato. Kirichimanji, Blue Rose Sword, and this one, Nicaro. Kirichimanji, in the hands of Hoshigaki Kisame, has already shone brightly. On the battlefield, it has gained a notorious reputation. The evaluations of Hoshigaki Kisame have also made their way back to Hidden Mist Village. A ninjato user of extreme cunning. One absolutely cannot afford to be injured facing him. The bloodthirsty shark. A twisted ninja, we must not let him see blood. Do not engage him up close. Remember, keep your distance, keep your distance. Under the depiction by Konoha ninja, Hoshigaki Kisame's image has become that of an extremely fearsome ninja. In fact, the fear of Hoshigaki Kisame among Konoha ninja has indeed surpassed that of many senior ninjas from Hidden Mist Village. Because of Hoshigaki Kisame's abilities, he is indeed a tough opponent. With one hand wielding Kirichimanji and the other utilizing the chakra absorption technique. It can be said that once Hoshigaki Kisame gets close, the torment begins. One must constantly guard against both of Kisame's attack methods to avoid being hit. Once hit, the balance of the battle shifts in Kisame's favor. Not many Konoha ninja want to engage in combat with Hoshigaki Kisame. Moreover, Kisame has already fought Kakashi twice. The first time, it ended inconclusively because Konoha and Buu Ninja intervened to protect Sarutobi Asuma secretly. But everyone could see that if the fight had continued, Kisame would have emerged victorious. The second time, Kakashi was prepared. Yet, he still didn't gain much advantage. Because by then, Kisame had further enhanced his chakra absorption technique. Not only could he absorb the opponent's chakra upon physical contact, but he could also absorb chakra remotely through water release. Even if Hoshigaki Kisame's use of the chakra absorption technique and water release combination isn't very skilled, it still brought Kakashi significant trouble. But fortunately, Kakashi hasn't had Sharingan implanted yet. Thus, even if some of his chakra is absorbed by Hoshigaki Kisame, he doesn't lose the ability to fight back. Their second encounter still ended with Kakashi at a slight disadvantage. Konoha found a reason for it. Hidden Mist Village only pits older ninja against younger ninja. Momoki's abuser is the only ninja of Kakashi's age. Momoki's abuser is nowhere near as skilled as Kakashi. Not many people know about the Blue Rose Sword. But Biwajuzo is one of the former 7 swordsmen of the Mist. An elite jonin of Hidden Mist Village. Directly affiliated with the Mizukage. In contrast, Ayuri Ringo is just a young ninja who recently shifted from medical to combat duties. Therefore, Ayuri Ringo feels a strong sense of urgency. She hopes to quickly prove herself worthy of the Nicaro crafted by Uehara Soma. After finishing basic training and water release training, Ayuri Ringo began swinging her sword. Each strike landed on the target. With Arafuni's assistance and Uehara Soma's preparation, the efficiency increased significantly. 2 people are definitely faster than 1. Even though Arafuni's abilities are surely not as good as Uehara Soma's. But the tasks Uehara Soma assigned to Arafuni are within Arafuni's capabilities. 2 days later, Uehara Soma completed the simulated forging. Uehara Soma entered the forging room alone. After all, there's only one set of materials. Uehara Soma must ensure that he is not disturbed during the forging process. Obtaining these materials was not easy at all. Escaping from the cursed energy users of those Zenin families is not an easy task, but rather extremely perilous. Juzo-senpai, I'm counting on you. It's my duty. Biwajuzo stood guard at the entrance of the forging room, not allowing anyone to approach. Ao's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. I wonder what kind of ninjato Soma will forge this time. Will it suit me? Previously, Ao didn't pay much attention to ninjato. However, after acquiring the Byakugan, even though he underwent Uehara Soma's body modification technique, the existence of the Byakugan still burdened Ao slightly. These burdens affected Ao's combat abilities to some extent. Therefore, Ao hopes to obtain a ninjato to supplement his strength. And as a ninja, who would complain about having stronger abilities? Uehara Soma brought metal blocks. After melting them with lava and charcoal, he proceeded to fold and forge them using the lava forging method. Different from the previous ninjato. The main material used is not just one type of metal, but multiple. Using the folding and forging method not only increases the toughness of the blade but also creates special patterns, contributing significantly to aesthetics. Then, a core material is brought out. It's not metal, but more like the bone of some creature. After Uehara Soma completes the folding and forging, he wraps this bone in the forged steel. This is also a technique called sandwiching steel. It's just that the inside isn't steel, but a bone. But this is the key to Dragon Bone being able to possess special abilities. In the nearby forging room, Arafune is practicing folding and forging, mixing various metals together for forging, continuously hammering while continuing to refine. The number of times it can be forged not only depends on the materials but also on the blacksmith. To forge a surgical knife that will have a significant advantage compared to now, undergoing 10 forgings is the most basic requirement. This is the short-term goal set by Uehara Soma for Arafune. Unconsciously, the sky darkened. Ayuri Ringo finished her training. "Grandma, hasn't Soma-senpai's forging finished yet?" Mayuko Ringo shook her head. "Not yet, forging isn't an easy task, and forging a powerful ninjato is even more difficult, so Nicaro is really precious, Ayuri." "Yeah, I know, Grandma." Midnight. Dots of starlight adorn the night sky. Ayuri Ringo, Mayuko Ringo, and Ao have already gone to rest. But Biwajuzo still stands guard at the entrance of the forging room. Creak. Uehara Soma opened the door and walked out. Biwajuzo quickly looked over. "Soma, how is it?" Before Uehara Soma could answer, a series of hurried footsteps came rushing toward the direction of Forging Island. Chapter 69, Ayukageya Uekaha Itachi Neko? Mizukage-sama? Both Biwajuzo and Uehara Soma's gazes shifted. They saw the third Mizukage approaching rapidly, holding something in his hand. "Is Mayuko here?" "She's over there, Mizukage-sama, I'll go call her," said Biwajuzo. At this moment, both Biwajuzo and Uehara Soma had already seen what the third Mizukage was holding. It wasn't a thing, but a person. A person who was severely injured. Even from a distance, you could smell the strong scent of blood. Biwajuzo quickly arrived at Mayuko Ringo's door and knocked. "Mayuko-senpai, Mizukage-sama is here." Soon, Mayuko Ringo opened the door. "Mizukage-sama." "Mayuko, I'm sorry to trouble you, he's badly injured." "Okay." Mayuko Ringo immediately used medical ninjutsu for emergency treatment. "Mizukage-sama, who is this person?" Biwajuzo couldn't help but ask. "Kaguya Neko." The third Mizukage said with a somewhat grim expression, "He was injured by someone from the Kaguya clan. They came with the intention to kill him. He was lucky to survive, encountering an Anbu ninja who brought him to me." As he spoke, the third Mizukage paused. His gaze first fell on Uehara Soma, then shifted to Biwajuzo, and then to Ao, who had heard the commotion and was walking towards them. "You are all people I trust. That's why I'm telling you about this directly. The Kaguya clan is about to betray us." At this statement, the expressions of Uehara Soma and the others changed. Biwajuzo and Ao had some understanding of the Kaguya clan. Neither of them liked this mad clan very much. And coupled with what happened with Mayuko Ringo, it had worsened their impression of the Kaguya clan to the extreme. But with all that being said, the Kaguya clan is one of the founders of the Hidden Mist Village. The matter with Kaguya-tai has been confirmed as the actions of Kaguya-tai himself. This was stated by the third Mizukage himself. Why all of a sudden would the Kaguya clan betray us? Uehara Soma knew, in the original storyline, the Kaguya clan perished during the civil war in the Hidden Mist Village, but Uehara Soma remembered that it should be a long time from now. At that time, Orochimaru had already defected from Konoha. Even Zabuza appeared to be an adult. But now, Zabuza is still just a teenager. The civil war between the Kaguya clan and the Hidden Mist Village seems to have come too early. The third Mizukage said, "The issue with the Kaguya clan has existed for a long time. Originally, I planned to deal with this matter after the war between the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha ended. But now, it seems we have to deal with it ahead of schedule." The matter with Kaguya-tai was indeed his decision alone, that's correct. However, The Kaguya clan has already split into two factions internally. One faction advocates for starting a civil war, prioritizing the clan over the village. The other faction has a more moderate attitude. But the number of people advocating for a civil war far outweighs the others. According to the intelligence provided by Kaguya Neko, the Kaguya clan has been secretly amassing power. But more importantly, the Kaguya clan was unaware before that I knew about their plans to start a civil war, but just recently, they overheard a conversation between Kaguya Neko and Kaguya Masui. Now they know. So they will undoubtedly launch the civil war before I realize that Kaguya Neko died. However, Kaguya Neko didn't die. This is our chance to stop them from starting the civil war. In the days they are preparing for the civil war, by striking the Kaguya clan beforehand and killing them, we can prevent this internal conflict and minimize the village's losses. Ao, Juzo, I need both of you for this operation. Biwa Juzo and Ao exchanged glances. Yes, Mizukage-sama. However, after saying that, Biwa Juzo hesitated slightly. Mizukage-sama, when you say kill, do you mean wiping out the entire Kaguya clan? The incidents involving Zenin Mei and Zenin Meiki had left an impact on Biwa Juzo. So he couldn't help but ask this question. That's correct. The third Mizukage showed no change in expression. As if this decision meant nothing. Even though Uehara Soma had some understanding of the third Mizukage's personality and style of doing things, knowing that the third Mizukage was the one who created the existence of the bloody mist. But upon hearing the third Mizukage's unwavering decision to exterminate the Kaguya clan, he couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. Those two words were too heavy. Uehara Soma didn't like the Kaguya clan. But he didn't think the Kaguya clan deserved to be exterminated. In a family with so many people, there must be some who shouldn't be treated in such a way. What Mizukage-sama said is correct. A voice echoed from nearby. It was Kaguya Neko, who had already received treatment from Ayuri Rinko and had somewhat recovered from his injuries, struggling to walk towards them. Uehara Soma looked over. Kaguya Neko's eyes were bloodshot. It was clear from his face the anger and dissatisfaction he held. Kaguya Neko's steps were unsteady. Obviously, even after treatment, Kaguya Neko's condition was still quite bad, but his gaze was remarkably firm. I am from the Kaguya clan, I understand them. Most of the Kaguya clan members agree with starting the civil war, they only have selfish desires, no regard for the village. Once they initiate the civil war, the vast majority of ninjas will be involved. And now that things have reached this point, we must act preemptively, kill them, to prevent the civil war. That small group of people is indeed innocent. But this is unavoidable. With the nature of the Kaguya clan, once we kill the others, the remaining ones will inevitably resent the village. At that time, it will lead to another internal conflict, bringing new troubles to the village. Therefore, wiping them all out at once is the best choice for the village. Everything is for the village. Uehara Soma looked at Kaguya Neko, who spoke calmly, feeling somewhat dazed. In a moment, Uehara Soma felt as if he saw another person's shadow on Kaguya Neko. Uchiha Itachi. In the original storyline, Konoha's Uchiha Itachi, faced with the choice between his clan and the village, chose the village and annihilated the Uchiha clan. And now, Kaguya Neko, faced with the choice between his clan and the village, also chose the village, intending to annihilate the Kaguya clan. The third Mizukage and Kaguya Neko both seemed resolute. The demise of the Kaguya clan seemed imminent. Mizukage-sama, I have an idea, I'm not sure if I should say it. In this situation, Uehara Soma knew that it was impossible for him to stop this action against the Kaguya clan. Even if he stopped it from the village's side, the Kaguya clan would still strike back at the village. The situation would still be dire. However, under the current circumstances, Uehara Soma came up with a slightly better idea. This is the limit of what Uehara Soma can currently do. Soma, go ahead. The third Mizukage flashed a warm smile at Uehara Soma. As if to say, it wasn't solely his decision to announce the extermination. But, that's just the third Mizukage. Just like the Bloody Mist policy. Through harsh training, ruthless elimination, they determine the true elites. But Uehara Soma's situation is somewhat different. Uehara Soma has already proven himself. In the realm of the Mist's blacksmith, Uehara Soma is the only one. Therefore, the third Mizukage's attitude towards Uehara Soma is completely different from that towards ordinary ninjas. Uehara Soma first looked at Kaguya Neko. Senpai, the situation with the Kaguya clan is regrettable. It may indeed be necessary to take action against the Kaguya clan for the village, but I think it would be unfair to kill those innocents as well. And, actually, this is not a good thing for the village. Other ninja clans will know about the situation with the Kaguya clan. Even if they know that the Kaguya clan has made a big mistake, the act of exterminating the clan is too terrifying. It will affect the hearts of the village's people. And other ninja villages will definitely use this as a topic, embellishing it, causing a huge impact on the reputation of the Hidden Mist village. I have an idea, but it requires sacrifices from you, Neko-senpai. It will cause you great harm, but for the Kaguya clan, for the Hidden Mist village, it will result in a better outcome. I wonder if you can accept it. Kaguya Neko looked at Uehara Soma. Let's hear it. Uehara Soma said, my idea is this, you, Neko-senpai, will take action to kill all the members of the radical faction within the Kaguya clan, those who are inclined towards the civil war. Afterward, you will desert Hidden Mist village. You alone will bear the guilt for the crimes of the Kaguya clan. The village will hunt you down, branding you a traitor. You'll never be allowed to return to Hidden Mist village for the rest of your life. In this way, the innocent within the Kaguya clan can survive. They won't hate the village, only you, Neko-senpai. So there won't be any worry about them seeking revenge against the village. And the other ninja clans in the village will only fear you, Neko-senpai, not fear Mizukage-sama. By you bearing all the sins, it will create a better situation for the innocent of the Kaguya clan and the village. But indeed, this is too cruel for you, Neko-senpai. Kaguya Neko fell into silence. This was a path Kaguya Neko had not envisioned. However, after serious consideration, Kaguya Neko felt that it might indeed be a better approach. But, there were many issues. My strength isn't sufficient. That was the biggest problem. May I ask, Neko-senpai, about your approximate strength? Jonin, but within the Kaguya clan, there aren't many stronger than me, and even if they are, not by much. However, there are too many of them. What are you proficient in, Neko-senpai? Taijutsu and ninjato. Upon hearing Kaguya Neko's response, Uehara Soma took out the ninjato he had recently crafted. Jonin, and from Kaguya Neko's words, it could be inferred that he was among the top jonin. So, this met Uehara Soma's requirements. Being able to become a jonin, Kaguya Neko's talent must be quite good. Furthermore, Kaguya Neko's firm gaze when mentioning the extermination of the Kaguya clan before made Uehara Soma feel that Dragon Bone was likely to resonate with Kaguya Neko. Kaguya Neko seemed like another version of Uehara Itachi. This ninjato, named Dragon Bone, can absorb the energy of collisions and release it in the next attack, which suits you well, Neko-senpai. Using this ninjato, your strength should improve significantly, Neko-senpai. Uehara Soma continued, moreover, this ninjato can also provide you with a suitable reason to kill those radicals within the Kaguya clan and earn you the title of a demonic's blade. Killing loved ones can grant power. Therefore, Neko-senpai, you are the one to act against your own people. Uehara Soma directly brought out the set from the night of Konoha's extermination. Externally, Uehara Itachi killed his clan to enhance the power of the Sharingan. Therefore, Kaguya Neko obtaining a demonic blade and killing clan members for power could be considered reasonable. Kaguya Neko looked at the ninjato in Uehara Soma's hand. After this is over, am I taking this ninjato with me? Kaguya Neko asked. Uehara Soma nodded. It would be more reasonable for Neko-senpai to take it. If the village needs this ninjato, we can arrange a few battles to retrieve it back to the village, he explained. However, Kaguya Neko didn't reach for the sword but instead looked at Third Mizukage. While Uehara Soma spoke, Third Mizukage had already been contemplating. Third Mizukage didn't care about the innocent members of the Kaguya clan. Nor did he care much about Hidden Mist Village's reputation. The Bloody Mist policy has a notorious reputation abroad, but 3rd Mizukage is still enforcing it. Only one point mentioned by Uehara Soma, which benefits the hearts of the people in Hidden Mist Village, caught 3rd Mizukage's attention. Even though 3rd Mizukage is a Mizukage who is strict, radical, and iron-blooded. But when it comes to human hearts, 3rd Mizukage understands. Without understanding human hearts, 3rd Mizukage wouldn't be able to maintain the respect of most people in Hidden Mist Village, even after Bloody Mist has been in effect for so long. Soma, you make a good point, 3rd Mizukage said. Your suggestion is indeed a better way. You have turned the conflict between Kaguya clan and the village into an internal conflict within Kaguya clan. It can solve the village's crisis without bringing so many side effects. However, in the actual implementation process, there will certainly be many problems. But, these are all small problems that can be handled. For example, even after obtaining Dragon Bone, Kaguya Neko still lacks the strength to kill all the radical Kaguya members. For example, there are no airtight walls, and the truth of the matter will inevitably be known by some other people. And so on. But compared to the plan proposed by Uehara Soma to have Anbu Ninja directly exterminate Kaguya clan, the negative impact is undoubtedly much smaller. Neko, take the sword. 3rd Mizukage looked towards Kaguya Neko. Chapter 70, Let's start the massacre. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Upon receiving the order from 3rd Mizukage, Kaguya Neko did not hesitate any longer. Instead, he directly caught the cursed tool Dragon Bone handed over by Uehara Soma. A voice resounded in Uehara Soma's mind. Detected the appearance of a contractee who matches the cursed tool Dragon Bone, Zenin Maki approval, high, attribute compatibility, high, matching degree, excellent, should we proceed with the contract? Uehara Soma did not hesitate. With a matching degree already at the excellent level, there was simply no need for hesitation. Even though Kaguya Neko's talent might not be considered very strong. But, no matter what, he was still among the Jonin. Proceed. At the next moment. Cursed tool Dragon Bone contract successful, matching degree, excellent, the ability of Cursed tool Dragon Bone has been amplified to a certain degree. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a good level taijutsu talent, a good level taijutsu talent. With an excellent level matching degree, yet the talent I gained is only good, proving that this is already Kaguya Neko's limit. Uehara Soma looked at Kaguya Neko, pondering in his mind. So, good, seems to be better than I had anticipated. Kaguya Neko excels in taijutsu and ninjato. Without Kekai Genkai, he can still be among the elite Jonin. Taijutsu undoubtedly holds a significant weight in this. In other words, a good level taijutsu talent can make a Jonin. Excellent level talents go even further. Moreover, for me, this is just the beginning. Talents can be synthesized. There will definitely be opportunities for advancement in the future. Additionally, with the growth in taijutsu talent, it means that my regular physical training should yield better results. It can accelerate the improvement of my basic attributes. With my water release already well mastered, as my basic attributes improve, my overall strength will correspondingly increase, without the need for any additional elements. Kaguya Neko grasped the hilt of the Dragon Bone. A surge of intimacy rushed over him. Kaguya Neko's eyes gleamed. He had some understanding of the weapons from Forging Island. Previously, Kaguya Hikari had brought back some information from Forging Island to the Kaguya clan. The Kaguya clan elders were basically aware of the existence of the ninjato forged by Uehara Soma. As a ninja skilled in using ninjato, Kaguya Neko also yearned to possess an excellent grade ninjato. Moreover, through Uehara Soma's words, Kaguya Neko could confirm that the Dragon Bone was indeed a ninjato that fully met the level of the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords, and even surpassed it. It could absorb the force of collisions and utilize that force. It perfectly complemented his expertise. It was simply a perfect match. With such a ninjato, how much could his strength be enhanced? Who else within the Kaguya clan could be his opponent? Killing those narrow-minded radicals should be easier, simpler, and quicker. Uehara Soma glanced at the semi-transparent panel in front of him. Name, Uehara Soma. Comprehensive strength, Chunin. Swordsmanship, skilled, 5300. Body modification technique, familiar, 2000. Forging technique, good. Proficient to forging island bonus, God's hand bonus. Mission item, thug recruitment token X1. Blacksmith reputation, 269. Evaluation, as a blacksmith, the foundation is decent. Owning a forging site and forging equipment, the forging technique receives bonuses, with a chance to forge ninja tools above fine quality. As a ninja, the strength is worrying. In the midst of war, he can only be considered advanced cannon fodder. Third Mizukage glanced at the dragon bone in Kaguya Neko's hand. His gaze involuntarily shifted towards Uehara Soma's direction, feeling somewhat amazed. Because as far as Third Mizukage knew, Uehara Soma had already forged 3 ninjato of the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords level. Kirichimanji, Blue Rose Sword, and this dragon bone. And all this happened in less than half a year. Neko, how are your injuries? Reporting to Mizukage-sama, Mayuko-senpai used healing ninjutsu on me. I feel much better now. If there's a need for battle, I can go now. As he spoke, Kaguya Neko struggled to stand up. But the effort to rise was too strong, causing him to lose balance with his heavily injured body. He was about to fall. Fortunately, Biwajuzo beside him acted swiftly, supporting him with a hand, allowing him to regain his balance. Mayuko, how long do you think Neko will need to recover? Third Mizukage turned to Mayuko Ringo, who approached. Reporting to Mizukage-sama, it will take at least 3 days for me to treat Neko's severe injuries, but for complete recovery, it will require more time. Third Mizukage frowned slightly. 3 days should suffice, but longer. Kaguya clan probably won't allow for that time. Mizukage-sama, I'll be fine. Kaguya Neko looked resolutely at Third Mizukage, saying, as long as the major injuries are treated, I can fight. Soma's proposal is indeed the better one for the village. I can do it. Third Mizukage nodded. Good, then we'll start our move after 3 days. Third Mizukage left. Kaguya Neko remained on Forging Island. The next day, Uehara Soma arrived at the training ground, where Ayuri Ringo had arrived earlier. Soma-senpai. Ayuri, good morning. Uehara Soma took a quick glance at Ayuri Ringo. Compared to when she first arrived at Forging Island, Ayuri Ringo had undergone quite a few changes. Mainly in temperament. The previous Ayuri Ringo had a lively look in her eyes, but her overall demeanor was still relatively gentle, possibly influenced by the environment of medical ninjas. Mayuko Ringo had a very important requirement for medical ninjas, patience and gentleness. But now, there was a sense of sharpness about Ayuri Ringo. Her clothes were already damp with sweat. Obviously, Ayuri Ringo had been training for a long time. Working hard. Uehara Soma couldn't help but recall 2 typical hard-working ninjas from Konoha. One of them is Might Guy, who's further put an end to the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and brought great shame to them. The other is Might Guy's disciple, Rock Lee. However, Rock Lee has not yet embarked on the path of a ninja. Ayuri Ringo's talent lies in lightning release. Thunder swords are currently in the hands of Kaguya Hikari, but with the changes in the Kaguya clan, Kaguya Hikari will likely not exist for much longer. Thunder swords will probably return to the Hidden Mist village soon. But since Ayuri Ringo already possesses Nicaro, Mizukage-sama probably won't give her the thunder swords. Instead, they will find another suitable user. I wonder if this is a good or bad thing for Ayuri Ringo. But Nicaro is definitely not inferior. And who says that ninjato-wielding ninjas can only use one sword? Uehara Soma withdrew his gaze and began his basic physical taijutsu training. During this training, Uehara Soma felt it. It was a completely different feeling from previous training. Much smoother. A punch, a kick, even squats, push-ups, running. All felt completely different. Just as I expected, a good level taijutsu talent also greatly benefits my basic physical taijutsu training. If before it was 1 unit of effort for 1 unit of gain, now it's like 1 unit of effort for 3 units of gain. This means that my good level lightning release talent won't disappoint either. Ayuri Ringo earnestly wielded her sword. 3 days later. Under Mayuko Ringo's full treatment, Kaguya Neko's injuries were mostly healed. He hadn't fully recovered, but he had regained the ability to move normally. Correspondingly, these 3 days were very tiring for Mayuko Ringo. Even her white hair had a few more strands. Because Mayuko Ringo herself was already getting older. Not all medical ninjas are like Tsunade. And even Tsunade, after exhausting her vitality and chakra, would also age. Uehara Soma remembered that in the original storyline, Tsunade visibly aged rapidly after being cut in half, suddenly aging several decades. Normally, Tsunade exuded a mature charm, but her appearance didn't show any signs of aging. But that cut in half made Tsunade look no different from someone of the same age. Thank you, Mayuko-senpai. Kaguya Neko deeply bowed to Mayuko Ringo. An Anbu ninja approached. Kaguya Neko, Mizukage-sama has already made arrangements. Alright, let's go immediately. Heading towards the vicinity of the Kaguya clan wasn't just Kaguya Neko alone. Biwajuzo and Uehara Soma were also accompanying him. I had already left ahead of them. The trio arrived near the Kaguya clan's headquarters. Mizukage-sama. Third Mizukage nodded slightly. I've already arranged the plan, Third Mizukage said. I will investigate the situation within the Kaguya clan's headquarters, and Anbu Ninja will guard the outskirts of Kaguya Island, cutting off all routes for them to leave. Juzo, you'll accompany the Anbu Ninja. Afterward, Neko, it's up to you to enter the Kaguya clan's headquarters. Kill those whom you think should be killed. No one will disturb you from outside. The Anbu Ninja will be lurking in the shadows, providing assistance to you. As for your reasons for killing, follow Soma's words. You stole the demonic sword Dragon Bone, wanting to gain power, hence why you're targeting the Kaguya clan members. You must state this reason during the battle. Moreover, you must demonstrate the power of Dragon Bone. Only then will the plan be more perfect and convincing. After killing those Kaguya clan members who deserve it, Neko, I will arrange for ninjas to hunt you down. But they won't really harm you, they'll let you escape. After tonight, you will become renegade of the Hidden Mist Village. However, we know the truth, we know your sacrifice. In the future, perhaps, Neko, you may return to the Hidden Mist Village. Then, Third Mizukage's expression became serious, and his voice became stern. Kaguya Neko, obey my command. Move. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Kaguya Neko turned around and headed towards the Kaguya clan's headquarters. Uehara Soma watched Kaguya Neko's figure, feeling somewhat complicated. The Uehara clan's massacre night, to Uehara Soma, was a tragedy. But now, he was witnessing another clan's massacre night firsthand, the Kaguya clan's night in the Hidden Mist Village. It was a premature massacre night for the Kaguya clan. Perhaps my presence led to Forging Island not being shut down. And there was some sort of agreement between the Kaguya clan and the village elders regarding Forging Island, which has been broken. When Kaguya Hikari visited Forging Island previously, Uehara Soma heard some related discussions. Thus, it intensified the conflict between the Kaguya clan and the village elders. Coupled with the appearance of the ninjato I forged, it also had some impact. For example, the Thunder Swords unexpectedly ended up in the hands of Kaguya Hikari. One affects the other, various factors combined, leading to the premature rupture between the Kaguya clan and the Hidden Mist Village. A massacre night like that of Uchiha Itachi's. However, for the Kaguya clan, this is considered a relatively favorable outcome. Without Uehara Soma, according to the decisions of Third Mizukage and Kaguya Neko, they were prepared to kill all members of the Kaguya clan. Even in the original plotline, the fate of the Kaguya clan would have been much more dire than it is now. At least now, many members of the Kaguya clan can still survive. The innocent won't die. When Uehara Soma thought about these things, he felt somewhat relieved. Kaguya Neko's figure seemed desolate. Even if the radical faction of the Kaguya clan is dissatisfied, even if they weren't loyal to the village, and even if they know that this decision is ultimately better for the clan, after all, they are still kin. But, for the village, I must do this. Yuna reminded, extremist, Evil ones, you only harm the village. Step by step. Kageyoneko's hand pressed on the hilt of the dragon bone. Gradually, Kageyoneko's breath steadied, his steps became firm, all the complex thoughts in his mind were cleared away, and now Kageyoneko had only one thought left. Kill. A deep voice emanated from Kageyoneko's throat. At that moment, Kageyoneko seemed to undergo some kind of transformation. Only a few places in the Kageya clan were lit with dim lights. Some had already gone to sleep. Some gathered together, seemingly discussing and plotting something. What they didn't know was that their entire residence had been surrounded by Anbu ninja, and a slaughter targeting them was about to begin. Their fate had already been decided. Soma, you stay by my side, third Mizukage said. This mission requires the strength of Juzo Indao. Tonight, by my side, is the safest place in the hidden mist village. Uehara Soma nodded. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Chapter 71, This sword is called the Demon Sword Dragon Bone. A young man was startled to see Kageyoneko appear. Kageyoneko, you're not dead? Are you human or ghost? Kageyoneko looked up at this person from the clan. Previously, one of those who pursued Kageyoneko was this person. Witnessing Kageyoneko fall with severe injuries, his body sinking deep into the sea. At this moment, seeing Kageyoneko's appearance, he was very surprised. Kageyoneko glanced lightly at the young man. This sword is called Dragon Bone. The young man? The inexplicable words of Kageyoneko puzzled the young man even more. He saw Kageyoneko, as soon as the words fell, flash forward, and in the next moment, he was behind the young man. Crack. A slash passed. The young man's entire neck was severed by Kageyoneko. The head flew directly, rolling several times in the air. Afterward, bang. Heavily slammed onto the ground. Previously, the young man could pursue Kageyoneko because of the large number of people, along with others. But in reality, the young man's strength was far inferior to Kageyoneko's. Hearing the sound of heads hitting the ground, Kageyoneko didn't look back, but continued forward. Before long, more than a dozen people had died at the hands of Kageyoneko. Uehara Soma noticed that Kageyoneko's movement route seemed irregular, but in fact, it should have been carefully considered. Currently, the people Kageyoneko encountered were not very strong. Wanting to wipe out an entire ninja clan overnight, even if the strength is strong, it's not an easy task. Perhaps Uehara Hitachi in the original plot was the same. Plan out the route, who to kill first, and who to kill next. But one thing more convenient for Uehara Hitachi than Kageyoneko is that Uehara Hitachi is proficient in genjutsu. Once the opponent is trapped in genjutsu, it's easy to kill them without alerting others. That's something Kageyoneko can't do. The smell of blood began to permeate the Kageya clan's headquarters. A middle-aged man, who had already fallen asleep, opened his eyes the moment the smell of blood entered his nostrils. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows. The smell of blood? It's very strong. After hesitating for a moment, the middle-aged man got out of bed, didn't open the door, but walked towards the window. Carefully, he opened the window a crack. On the other side, Kageyoneko happened to look in this direction. The two locked eyes. Kageyoneko clenched Dragon Bone in his hand. A corpse lay at Kageyoneko's feet. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted sharply. Kageyoneko. You're still alive? What have you done? Kageyoneko looked calmly at the middle-aged man and took a deep breath. Compared to those previously killed by Kageyoneko, the middle-aged man's strength was undoubtedly much stronger. He was a genuine jonin, just like Kageyoneko. Moreover, due to his age, he had much more experience. But Kageyoneko also had an advantage. Kageyoneko's advantage lay in his youth. In the more abundant energy. And now, Kageyoneko glanced down at Dragon Bone in his hand. The people before were too weak, they couldn't show Dragon Bone's abilities. Now, Dragon Bone, you have a stage to show off. Let's kill this guy together. Kageyoneko didn't answer the middle-aged man's question, but suddenly moved, rushing towards the middle-aged man. In haste, the middle-aged man only had time to take out a kunai for defense. Ding! Dragon Bone clashed with the kunai. The immense force made the middle-aged man retreat several steps in succession. However, the middle-aged man saw Kiano stabilizing his posture, not retreating a step. This surprised the middle-aged man. How is this possible? The middle-aged man understood Kiano's strength. Strictly speaking, the comprehensive strength gap between the two was not significant. In a one-on-one life-and-death battle, either could win, but Kiano's performance now was unexpected for the middle-aged man. So, this is the power of Dragon Bone. Kiano's eyes lit up. Because he didn't retreat, Kiano's next round of attacks was much faster than the middle-aged man anticipated. And the middle-aged man himself was affected. This time, he couldn't respond well. Kiano's ninjato in his hand struck heavily towards the middle-aged man. Ding! With just one touch, the kunai in the middle-aged man's hand flew out. The middle-aged man showed an even more astonished expression than before. This power? Just now, in their exchange, Kiano not retreating a step had already surprised the middle-aged man. And now, the recoil force coming back from his hand was much stronger than before. It was like it had doubled. The next moment, Dragon Bone fell upon the middle-aged man. Under the immense force, the middle-aged man's neck was directly crushed, and the blade of Dragon Bone penetrated deep into his flesh. A large amount of fresh blood gushed out. Kiano withdrew Dragon Bone. The middle-aged man tightly covered his wound, but it was futile. The injury was too severe. Bang! The middle-aged man fell to the floor. A smile appeared on Kiano's face. This is the power of Dragon Bone, absorbing collision impact energy and releasing it. It's simply a perfect match with my abilities. A single strike hits, the second strike, with twice the power, making it difficult for the opponent to resist. This guy, if it were before, I could have won, but it would have certainly been a fierce battle. But now, I just killed him in 2 rounds. Perhaps, now I can already be considered an elite jonin. So, when I kill, it will be faster. Kiano turned around and headed in another direction. A figure appeared beside 3rd Mizukage and Uehara Soma. After completing other tasks, Ao came over to report to 3rd Mizukage. At the same time, he promptly reported the current situation in the Kaguya's headquarters to 3rd Mizukage. In Ao's gaze, Kiano killed 2 more jonin from the Kaguya clan. They were jonin. Kiano actually killed them so easily. Is he relying on the power of Dragon Bone? In the first round, the strength of both parties was comparable. However, the opponent will be affected by the collision, while Kiano, because Dragon Bone absorbs the collision force, will not be affected and can strike faster. This is an advantage. The second advantage is that in the second round, Kiano can combine his own strength with the collision force absorbed by Dragon Bone to attack. Facing a stronger attack while unable to react quickly, it's inevitable to suffer either severe injury or being killed directly. But facing the current Kiano, there's not much difference between being severely injured and being killed. This is the change brought by Dragon Bone to Kiano. A ninjato has elevated a ninja's strength to such an extent. Ao couldn't help but marvel. Ao, how's the situation now? Reporting to Mizukage-sama, Kiano has already killed over 20 members of the Kaguya clan, including several jonin. Ao continued, however, other members of the Kaguya clan have been alerted, sensed something wrong, and left their houses to investigate outside. 3rd Mizukage nodded slightly. We can now deploy Anbu Ninja. Elite jonin and jonin will be restrained by Anbu Ninja. The rest, leave it to Neko. Ao, pay attention. Don't let any radical members of the Kaguya clan have a chance to escape. If you see anyone attempting to sneak away, inform me immediately. Ao nodded. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Under 3rd Mizukage's command, figures silently infiltrated the Kaguya clan's headquarters. The Anbu Ninja split into 2 groups. One group was near Kiano. The other group targeted the jonin and elite jonin of the Kaguya clan. Dozens of figures gathered on the street. Blood. So much blood. What's going on? Who's killing people? Their faces looked grim. This was the hidden mist village, but someone had intruded into the Kaguya clan's territory, killing people here, And not just a few, but many. So bold. Daring to offend our Kaguya clan, aren't they afraid of death? They must be annihilated. Kill them. The crowd was furious. Thud. 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 Just then, footsteps echoed from the other side. All eyes turned towards the sound. They saw Kaguya Neko stepping closer, his blade dripping with blood. Drip. Drip. Blood dripped onto the ground. Splattered. The rich scent of blood permeated around Kaguya Neko. His body, clothes, and face were all stained with bright red blood. Kaguya Neko lifted his head, looking coldly at the people opposite him, like a god of slaughter emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. Kaguya Neko. You're the one who killed them? Why? Why would you attack fellow clan members? Where is your conscience? Not all members of the radical faction were aware of what Kaguya Neko had done, or of being pursued by the radical Kaguya elders and sinking into the sea. Only a few knew everything. However, in Kaguya Neko's eyes, they were all the same. They were all narrow-minded, selfish Kaguya people. Damn it. Deserve to die. Some people's eyes were filled with anger, wishing to kill Kaguya Neko immediately to avenge their fellow clan members. Some people, upon seeing Kaguya Neko's appearance, felt fear in their hearts and instinctively stepped back. Some wanted to clarify what was happening. But Kaguya Neko didn't answer any of them. He just raised his dragon bone. This blade, named Dragon Bone, is a demonic sword. This demonic sword possesses a special power. By killing you, drinking your blood, I can gain unprecedented power. Power surpassing anyone in this world. That's why I'm going to kill you. So, like them, become nourishment for me to grow stronger. To die by the blade of Dragon Bone is your honor. With your blood, your lives, I will achieve my power. When I become the strongest in the shinobi world, I will engrave your names on a stone monument. Kaguya Neko entered into performance mode. Kaguya Neko must shoulder the guilt of exterminating the Kaguya clan, so there must be a sufficient reason, otherwise, there is simply no way to make others believe. Everyone will just think there's a conspiracy. Just like Uchiha Itachi in the original storyline, also pretending to seek power through obtaining the Sharingan. By wielding the name of the demonic sword Dragon Bone and impersonating an antagonist who kills for power, Kaguya Neko's actions can be believed by the masses. A middle-aged man's eyes flickered uncertainly. What's going on with this Kaguya Neko? Wasn't he dead? Why is he alive again? And with a demonic sword Dragon Bone? Harming fellow clan members for power? No matter how the middle-aged man thinks, he can't shake off the feeling that something is off. This definitely isn't the real reason. Kaguya Neko is alive, so he must have reported the intelligence to the Mizukage. Surely, more than just Kaguya Neko has come. With this thought, the middle-aged man suddenly felt a bit panicked. Mizukage took action before our Kaguya did. What should we do as the Kaguya clan? While others were still wary of Kaguya Neko and the demonic sword Dragon Bone he wielded, the middle-aged man had already thought of a more terrifying outcome. With Mizukage's style, I'm afraid tonight, not a single member of the Kaguya clan will be spared. My Kaguya clan is doomed. Mizukage wants to annihilate my Kaguya clan, and he wants to fabricate such a reason to make Kaguya Neko bear this responsibility. It's utterly shameless. This Kaguya Neko is also incredibly foolish. Clearly a member of my Kaguya clan, yet his heart is only loyal to the village, only loyal to Mizukage. Why does my Kaguya clan produce such fools? Even family, clan members are discarded. Even that Kaguya Masui is just as foolish. No, this won't do. The Kaguya clan cannot perish. Now outside, the ninjas arranged by Mizukage have surely surrounded the Kaguya clan. We must gather everyone's strength together to break through. Only then can the Kaguya clan have a chance to survive. At the very least, we must let the members of the Kaguya clan on the battlefield know the truth. The middle-aged man quietly retreated behind others, avoiding Kaguya Neko's gaze. To him, the people present were completely inadequate in strength, so sacrificing them to distract Kaguya Neko was the best choice. He needed to gather others. Gather the stronger members of the Kaguya clan. The middle-aged man's figure arrived at the back of the crowd. Then, finding an opportunity, he flashed to a corner. Neko didn't notice. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. I must quickly inform the clan head. But just then, a voice suddenly sounded behind the middle-aged man. Kaguya Tanishima, long time no see. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted, and he turned around sharply. There stood Biwajuzo, quietly holding a sword. A chilling aura emanated from the blade. You all will die. As Kaguya Neko spoke, he advanced with dragon bone in hand. Facing one person, he swung his ninjato fiercely. Bang! With one strike, he knocked him down. Everyone, spread out and attack him. Chapter 72, Night of Slaughter. Dozens of members from the Kaguya clan scattered. However, Kaguya Neko remained unfazed. With remarkable speed, he selected a target and charged straight towards it. Ding! The two ninjato clashed. However, due to the presence of dragon bone, Kaguya Neko's retraction was much faster. With a swift retraction, the second strike was even quicker. And it carried the impact from the previous clash. Split. A young man's chest was directly split open by Kaguya Neko. Is this still Kaguya Neko? Why is he so strong? Such immense power. One person spoke in a low voice. It's the ninjato. The cursed sword, dragon bone. Didn't Kaguya Neko say earlier that he obtained the cursed sword dragon bone, and by killing us, he can gain power? His current strength must be from killing those clan members earlier. Since when did our village have such a ninjato? Could it have been forged by the great blacksmith from Forging Island? The blacksmith who forged the Kirichimanji. It's indeed possible. The abilities of Kirichimanji are quite sinister, causing wounds that can't be healed, only left to bleed. This cursed sword is probably even more formidable. To think Kaguya Neko obtained such a cursed sword. Forging Island lost a ninjato. If Mizukage-sama finds out, they'll likely send someone to retrieve it. At this moment, some were actually hoping Third Mizukage would send someone to subdue Kaguya Neko. However, those present here were mostly radical members of the Kaguya clan. In other words, these Kaguya members had already prepared for civil war. It's ironic, to say the least. After cutting down two Kaguya members in succession, a figure appeared behind Kaguya Neko. Other Kaguya members around frenziedly attacked Kaguya Neko, creating openings for this person. Kaguya Neko, you're finished. However, at this moment, whoosh! A kunai, appearing from an unknown direction, accurately struck the person behind Kaguya Neko. Split. The person winced in pain, freezing in place. Kaguya Neko turned around and swung his blade. Crack. With one slash, he severed the person's throat. Who? Several Kaguya members sensed something was amiss. Be careful. Besides Kaguya Neko, there are others. Kaguya Neko has assistants. Kaguya Neko grinned, knowing that the Anbu ninja dispatched by Third Mizukage had intervened. Tonight, you all will die. After confirming that the Anbu ninja was indeed behind him, Kaguya Neko became even more reckless, completely disregarding what was behind him and focusing all his energy on killing. And the people facing Kaguya Neko now were not strong enough. As a result, with 2 strikes or less, Kaguya Neko can kill a person. The battle was no longer balanced. It had turned into a one-sided massacre. Upon hearing the wails, Uehara Soma glanced at Third Mizukage beside him, then at the Anbu ninjas not far away. In the original plot, during the Uehara clan massacre, was it a similar scene on that night? Were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura, Yutatane Koharu, and others, like Third Mizukage, myself, and standing outside, watching the scene inside clearly? Time passed quickly, yet slowly. Kaguya Neko had already lost count of how many people he had killed. He only knew that there was still more to kill. The radical members were puzzled why, despite the commotion, the strong figures within the clan had not appeared, as if they had vanished into thin air. In fact, they haven't disappeared, they're just being restrained. Anbu ninja. What are you doing? What does the Mizukage want? These Kaguya clan elders probably guessed the reason behind it, and their mood instantly became extremely grim. Originally, they were prepared to start a civil war themselves. But now, unexpectedly, Mizukage had taken action first. What would be the outcome for the Kaguya clan after tonight? None of the Anbu ninja answered, they just silently carried out their tasks. Restrain, and when there's an opportunity, kill, when there's none, wait for Kaguya Neko to arrive. The figure of Kaguya fell before Biwajuzo. Why? Kaguya tightly grasped Biwajuzo's trouser leg. Biwajuzo glanced at Kaguya. Why? If Kaguya Neko is still alive, you should know why. Your Kaguya clan's affairs have escalated. Mizukage Sama cannot tolerate a ninja clan preparing to start a civil war to continue to exist. Are we just going to sit and wait for you to incite civil war? Kaguya looked at Biwajuzo. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about why all of you are so obedient to that incompetent third Mizukage's orders. What loyalty does he deserve? An incompetent fool, wasting the solid foundation laid by second Mizukage Sama. Why should he represent the village? Are we, the Kaguya clan, not part of the Hidden Mist village? We, the Kaguya clan, just want to live. Why do all of you, one by one, think it's my Kaguya clan's fault? You're like this. Even within our Kaguya clan, there are such individuals. Kaguya Matsui, Kaguya Neko, these two are as foolish as pigs. Biwajuzo frowned. I'm not in a position to judge the merits and demerits of Mizukage Sama, but for your Kaguya clan to attack people in the village for the Hyuga clan of Konoha, is that right? Kaguya opened his mouth. That's just the actions of Kaguya. When the situation of one Kaguya is exposed, does Kaguya clan have only one Kaguya? Biwajuzo shook his head. Things have come to this, Kaguya. Stop saying meaningless words. Go. Biwajuzo infused chakra into the Blue Rose sword. Blue Rose Ice Release, Long Spear. An ice spear appeared directly above Kaguya, then plummeted straight down. Split. In an instant, it pierced Kaguya back, piercing his entire body. In front of Kaguya Neko, there was no one left standing. All had fallen under Kaguya Neko's attacks. Kaguya Neko, wielding Dragon Bone, walked towards the clan head's residence of the Kaguya clan. However, at that moment, a fallen figure suddenly struggled to stand up. A young man stared fiercely at Kaguya Neko, his eyes filled with anger. Neko-senpai, is it right for you to slaughter your own kin for power? You weren't like this before. Why have you become like this now? Kaguya Neko turned to look at the young man. After meeting the young man's gaze, Kaguya Neko's mood suddenly became complicated. Kaguya Satoru. Upon learning that the Kaguya clan intended to start a civil war, upon learning that the Kaguya clan had imprisoned Kaguya Matsui, and while being pursued by members of the Kaguya clan, Kaguya Neko harbored intense murderous intent towards the Kaguya clan. Kaguya Neko felt that this clan was beyond redemption. Annihilation was their best fate. However, now, Kaguya Neko had already killed many people. As he continued to kill, Kaguya Neko's mindset gradually underwent some changes. He watched helplessly as those people fell under his blade, their bodies stained with blood. Moreover, Kaguya Satoru was not a member of the radical faction. In Kaguya Neko's eyes, Kaguya Satoru was a youth somewhat similar to himself and Kaguya Matsui, a minority within the Kaguya clan. The reason Kaguya Satoru was not killed, but only knocked down, was because Kaguya Neko didn't want to kill him. But now, Kaguya Satoru stood up. Neko-senpai. Suddenly, Kaguya Neko moved. Before Kaguya Satoru could finish speaking, Kaguya Neko was already in front of him. A hand gripped Kaguya Satoru's throat, pressing him against the wall, rubbing him against it until they came to a stop after several meters. On the wall lay fragments of Kaguya Satoru's torn clothes, pieces of skin, and blood. Intense pain contorted Kaguya Satoru's expression into a grimace. Is it unbearable? Kaguya Neko looked calmly at Kaguya Satoru. Do you think you understand me? What are fellow clan members worth when it comes to power? Do you know what it feels like to possess power? That kind of exhilaration, you'll never understand in your entire life. Kaguya Satoru retorted. Is power so important? More important than fellow clan members? That's not right. Kaguya Neko cut off Kaguya Satoru. But this is what I'm doing now. What can you do about it? Kaguya Satoru gritted his teeth. Someday, I will kill you and avenge our people. Kaguya Neko laughed. Revenge? Fine. Then hate me to your heart's content. I hope hatred can bring you some power, otherwise, with your talent, with your strength, it's completely insufficient. You're just too weak. Do you know why they died? It's because they were too weak. Thank you for telling me a joke. I'll give you a chance. Live on with your hatred for me. I look forward to the day you seek revenge against me. That day, I will be extremely cruel and kill you. With that said, without waiting for Kaguya Satoru to speak, Kaguya Neko ruthlessly threw him to the ground. Beside them, a figure lying on the ground was hit, and the figure instinctively twitched. This brought him the utmost fear, afraid of being discovered by Kaguya Neko. But Kaguya Neko actually spotted him at a glance. However, because this person was not a member of the radical faction of the Kaguya clan, Kaguya Neko pretended not to see. Kaguya Satoru struggled to lift his head. Kaguya Neko, I will definitely remember today, I will definitely kill you, and avenge our people. Damn it. Kaguya Satoru's fist slammed fiercely into the ground. The night was about to end. Ao withdrew his gaze and turned to third Mizukage. Mizukage-sama, most of the members of the radical faction of the Kaguya clan are almost dead. Most of them were killed by Kaguya Neko. Some who fled the Kaguya clan's headquarters were intercepted by Anbu ninjas surrounding them and killed. Now, there are only 3 left. One of them has already been blocked by Juzo. The other person is hiding underground. The third person is the clan head of the Kaguya clan. Kaguya Neko is heading over. Third Mizukage asked. Where is the person hiding? Ao explained in detail. In the next moment, third Mizukage's figure flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the hiding place of the ninja. In a remote corner of the Kaguya clan headquarters. This is the livestock area. A foul smell wafted over. Third Mizukage looked down. Since you chose to play dead to try to escape today's events, then just stay here. Before the words fell, third Mizukage had already formed seals. The person hiding below seemed to sense something, their pupils contracted, trying to react. But it was too late. Water release, water formation pillar jutsu. A column of water crashed down. Under the tremendous force, even the ground sank. When the water dispersed, in front of third Mizukage, there was only a huge crater. A body, unrecognizable, lay at the bottom of the pit. Eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and resentment. My Kaguya clan shouldn't have ended up like this. When Kaguya Neko entered Kaguya-en's home, Kaguya-en was sitting in front of the coffee table, drinking. Neko, care for a drink? Kaguya Neko glanced deeply at Kaguya-en. Clan head. Kaguya-en raised an eyebrow slightly. Surprising that you would still call me clan head at a time like this. Have a seat. Kaguya Neko approached but did not sit. Clan head, aren't you planning to resist? Kaguya-en chuckled self-deprecatingly. Resistance? Does resistance even matter? The Anbu ninjas have probably already surrounded the entire Kaguya clan's headquarters, and third Mizukage should be nearby as well. Whether I resist or not, the outcome will be the same. After finishing a glass of wine, Kaguya-en looked at Kaguya Neko, his expression becoming serious. Kaguya Neko, is this your choice? Yes, this is the best choice I can make. Can you tell me about your plan? Consider it fulfilling the last wish of a dying man. Isn't this request reasonable? After all, I used to be your clan head. Kaguya Neko fell silent for a moment. Tonight, we will kill all the members of the Kaguya clan's radical faction, but spare the lives of the others. I alone will bear all the guilt. After tonight, I will be a rogue ninja. The Kaguya clan will still exist, and the relationship with the village will be more harmonious than before. The village won't be affected much either. Kaguya-en nodded. I see. It sounds like a good plan indeed. Sacrificing yourself alone for the success of the plan. Kaguya Neko, you are truly great. But have you ever thought about something? With so many members of the Kaguya clan killed, do you think they would truly want to live harmoniously with their enemies? Are you really being kind to them? Have you considered how they would feel after knowing the truth? Do you think it's fair to them? Do you think the Hidden Mist village is fair to the Kaguya clan? Do you think this world is fair to the Kaguya clan? Chapter 73, S-rank rogue ninja, Kaguya. Facing Kaguya-en's questioning, Kaguya showed a hint of mocking smile. Clan head, as expected, you are as narrow-minded as I thought before. Is your vision limited only to the clan? What does the remaining Kaguya clan have to do with you? It's merely sharing the same bloodline. What does that count for? Would someone truly of worth care about this? They just want a normal life in the village. It's you who wants to manipulate them. But now, I've taken on everything. With that said, Kaguya raised the sword in his hand, aiming towards Kaguya-en. Kaguya, are you really going to kill me too? Kaguya-en met Kaguya-neko's gaze. I'm not actually the radical you think I am. What I want is to maintain balance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have deceived the Hyuga clan against Kaguya-tai's wishes. And with the current situation of the Kaguya clan, do you think it will be fine without me, the clan head of the Kaguya clan? Can those remaining in the Kaguya clan hold on to the family's assets? If you have even a shred of loyalty to the Kaguya clan, you shouldn't be trying to kill me. Instead, explain everything to Mizukage-sama. Kaguya looked at Kaguya-en, his expression turning disgusted. Kaguya-en, I didn't expect you to be such a cowardly person. Whether or not I have loyalty to the Kaguya clan is not for you to decide. Masui-senpai will handle everything. He will become the new clan head of the Kaguya clan. As for you, indeed, you may not be a member of the radicals, but as the clan head of the Kaguya clan, you can't even control the internal affairs of the family. You're just incompetent. The Kaguya clan has ended up like this, and you bear a great responsibility. I have no choice but to kill them. They have to be killed by me. All because of you. Now, let me end this. Kaguya raised Dragon Bone high, and as the words fell, he suddenly swung it down towards Kaguya-en. Ding! Kaguya-en drew the short sword from his waist, blocking it. With a jolt of rebounding force, Kaguya-en staggered back several steps. Is that the ninjato newly crafted by that blacksmith? Kaguya-en stared at Dragon Bone intently. Due to the force rebounding, Kaguya-en could feel that Kaguya-neko's strength was inferior to his own, yet in their exchange, Kaguya-neko didn't retreat even half a step. Kaguya-en realized that this must be the ability of Dragon Bone. Kaguya-neko didn't reply. Instead, the second strike immediately fell. Ding! Kaguya-en continued to defend. But this time, it was different. The moment their blades touched, Kaguya-en's expression changed. Because Kaguya-en clearly felt that this strike from Kaguya-neko was much stronger than the previous one. The short sword in Kaguya-en's hand, upon this collision, was directly broken into two pieces. PFFT. The blade of Dragon Bone slashed through Kaguya-en's chest. A wound appeared deep enough to reveal the white bone. Kaguya-en's expression became extremely alert. Such strong power. Can this ninjato accumulate power? Kaguya-en looked down at his broken sword, his expression somewhat unpleasant. Another ninjato of the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords level, huh? Even though his inherent strength is weaker than mine, he can still pose such a huge threat to me. The ability of this ninjato happens to counter mine. What I have in my hand is just a broken sword now. If it were a ninjutsu ninja or a genjutsu ninja, they wouldn't be so passive against Dragon Bone. However, the majority of Kaguya clan ninjas specialize in taijutsu and ninja tools. Kaguya-en is no exception. Kaguya-neko didn't give Kaguya-en time to think. Instead, he quickly swung another strike. Kaguya-en resisted with all his might. But this time, Kaguya-en noticed that the strike from Kaguya-neko didn't have the same force as the last one. Kaguya-en's eyes flickered. It's not accumulating power every time? On the fourth strike, Kaguya-en once again felt that immense power. The already broken short sword broke once more. But this time, Kaguya-en was prepared. In an instant he discarded the broken sword and pulled out a kunai, blocking Kaguya-neko's blade. I understand. Kaguya-en looked at Dragon Bone. It can only accumulate once, with intervals between uses. The first strike is weak, the second strong, the third weak, the fourth strong. Kaguya-en felt slightly relieved. After understanding the pattern of Dragon Bone's abilities, Kaguya-en's response became much more composed. Kaguya-neko frowned. You've already realized the capabilities of Dragon Bone. As the clan head, Kaguya-en, you may not be eligible, but as a combat ninja, you're stronger than all of them. But who told you that I can only use Dragon Bone like this? Kaguya Neko sneered inwardly. Dragon Bone can absorb the impact of collisions, but that doesn't mean the force must be used in the second strike. It can be retained for the third or fourth strike, as long as it's within the time limit. Therefore, when Kaguya-en, who was fully prepared to defend, thrust his kunai towards Dragon Bone, he didn't feel an equivalent force landing on his kunai. Kaguya-en exerted too much force. His body involuntarily leaned forward. Kaguya Neko lowered his body, surged forward, and passed by Kaguya-en. PFFT. A massive wound appeared on Kaguya-en's waist. The wound was severe, revealing what seemed to be pulsating entrails inside. Kaguya-en's body stiffened. Without looking back, Kaguya Neko merely twisted his wrist holding Dragon Bone and stabbed towards Kaguya-en's back. He withdrew. PFFT. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Thud. Kaguya-en's body collapsed. Kaguya Neko glanced indifferently. This sword, named Dragon Bone, was given the title of a demonic sword, falsely claiming that by killing you all, I could gain power. For this reason, I almost wiped out the Kaguya clan. I bear all the sins alone. The Kaguya clan will enter a new era. A Kaguya clan led by incompetent and narrow-minded individuals like you will never appear again. Focusing on the village. This is my ninja way. Kaguya-en twitched once, then became motionless, his life completely extinguished. On the other side, Biwajuzo looked at the ice sculpture in front of him. Within the ice sculpture was a frozen figure. It was an elite jonin of the Kaguya clan. Biwajuzo shook his head and took a step forward. Shatter, blue rose. The next moment. Crack. The ice sculpture shattered, along with the frozen body of the elite jonin of the Kaguya clan inside, also breaking into countless pieces, scattered on the ground. Kaguya Neko, wielding Dragon Bone, arrived at the center of the Kaguya headquarters. The gazes of some surviving Kaguya members glanced over in the dark. Kaguya Neko narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly raised his sword, revealing a crazed expression, and his movements became exaggerated. I've realized it. Ha 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 ha. I, Kaguya Neko, have realized it. The strong scent of blood, combined with intense killing intent, merged into an astonishing momentum. Kaguya Neko laughed heartily. At this moment, the remaining Kaguya members looked at Kaguya Neko with nothing but fear in their hearts. He's gone mad. Mad. Kaguya Neko has lost his mind. Everyone is dead. Haven't the others in the village noticed yet? We need help. Patrol ninjas. Anbu ninjas. Mizukage Sama. The remaining Kaguya members looked at Kaguya Neko, displaying expressions of horror, and glanced helplessly outside the Kaguya headquarters, hoping that someone would appear at this moment to help them. However, when Uehara Soma heard the slightly manic voice of Kaguya Neko and looked at his figure from afar, he only felt a profound sense of desolation in his heart. Biwajuzo arrived. Kaguya Neko, you've stolen the Ninjato Dragon Bone and committed a genocide. Your crimes are unforgivable. Prepare to die. Biwajuzo formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet jutsu. A massive water dragon appeared instantly, looming over Kaguya Neko from above. Biwajuzo. Kaguya Neko pretended to change his expression. Mizukage Sama is already aware. Anbu ninjas are on their way. Mizukage Sama will come personally. Kaguya Neko, you have committed a grave crime. Today, no one can save you. Biwajuzo's appearance brought some relief to the Kaguya members. And upon hearing that Anbu ninjas were coming and that the third Mizukage was preparing to come, they breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Mizukage Sama is coming personally. Kaguya Neko won't be able to kill anymore, won't be so arrogant. We're saved. Kaguya Neko dispersed the water dragon and looked in Biwajuzo's direction. I'm not wrong. I just wanted to become stronger. What did I do wrong? You can't kill me. As I am now, as long as I want to leave, no one in the Hidden Mist village can stop me. Even if it's the Mizukage. With that, Kaguya Neko abruptly turned around and ran outside. Biwajuzo chased after him. The two figures soon left Kaguya Island behind. The third Mizukage's figure appeared at the Kaguya headquarters. Mizukage Sama. The Kaguya members gathered around him as if they had found their backbone, condemning Kaguya Neko's actions to the third Mizukage. The third Mizukage showed a solemn expression. I never expected such a thing to happen, never thought Kaguya Neko would be like this. This is a tragedy. I'm sorry for arriving late. Otherwise, fewer people would have died. This is my negligence as the Mizukage. Anbu ninjas, listen to my command, pursue Kaguya Neko. If you can't catch him, don't bother coming back. The Anbu ninjas echoed in unison. Yes, Mizukage-sama. The third Mizukage looked around. I declare that Kaguya Neko, for stealing the Ninjato Dragon Bone and killing fellow clan members, is unforgivable. Effective immediately, he is classified as an S-rank missing nin of the Hidden Mist Village. This warrant will remain in effect indefinitely. The Kaguya members cheered at the third Mizukage's announcement. However, the third Mizukage's declaration of their warrant also meant that today, Kaguya Neko couldn't be killed. Once out of sight of the crowd, Kaguya Neko and Biwajuzo stopped. Take care, Neko. Biwajuzo looked at Kaguya Neko and sighed. For the Kaguya clan, for the village, you've worked hard. Kaguya Neko shook his head. For the village, it's nothing. After hesitating for a moment, Kaguya Neko said, Juzo-senpai, I have an unusual request. What is it? If the Kaguya clan has any talented descendants, could you please take care of them? If possible, could you bring them to Forging Island? If it were before, Kaguya Neko wouldn't say such things. However, after one night, Kaguya Neko's mindset has undergone some changes. Kaguya Neko found that he didn't seem to care so much about the Kaguya clan. Therefore, Kaguya Neko felt grateful to Uehara Soma for proposing to wipe out the entire Kaguya clan and change to the current approach, and Kaguya Neko knew that no matter who the Mizukage was in the future, Uehara Soma's position in the Hidden Mist Village would be unique. Any ninja who obtains a ninjato will be very close to Uehara Soma. Perhaps Uehara Soma will not become the Mizukage in the future. He won't focus on administrative matters, but it will concentrate more on forging. However, Uehara Soma's position in the Hidden Mist Village may not be lower than that of the Mizukage. Ninjato will become a school of thought in the Hidden Mist Village. It's the kind that can be passed down. Biwajuzo nodded. It's no problem to take care of it, but I can't make decisions about entering Forging Island. It's up to Soma to decide. The most I can do is recommend it to Soma. That's enough, Juzo-senpai, thank you. Alright, then I'll leave you here. Goodbye, take care. Goodbye. Biwajuzo left. Kaguya Neko looked deeply in the direction of Hidden Mist Village. From today onwards, I am alone. But my heart will always belong to Hidden Mist Village. Kaguya Neko turned around, looking towards the direction of the Land of Fire. My mission is not over yet. On the battlefield of the Land of Fire, there are still some members of the Kaguya clan radicals. I have to deal with them for the village. Suddenly, a figure approached rapidly from the distance. It was Kaguya Masui, just released from the underground prison of the Kaguya clan. Kaguya Masui looked somewhat disheveled, having been imprisoned in the dungeon for a long time without changing clothes, appearing dirty, and staring fiercely at Kaguya Neko. But in the end, without saying anything, he just sighed. A faint smile appeared on Kaguya Neko's lips. Without further hesitation, he vanished in a flash. Third Mizukage returned to the Mizukage's building. Kaguya Neko successfully left Hidden Mist Village. Anbu Ninja took on the responsibility of pursuing him. Third Mizukage arranged for some ninja to assist the Kaguya clan, clearing the bodies, collapsed buildings, damaged roads, and so on from the battle. Uehara Soma and the others returned to Forging Island. However, this matter is far from over. The news of the near extinction of the Kaguya clan spread throughout the ninja world in a very short time. It temporarily diverted people's attention away from the ongoing wars. Chapter 74, Danzo, is the third Mizukage plagiarizing me? This news is truly astonishing. In the shinobi world, it's been a long time since a ninja clan was almost completely wiped out. The Hagoromo clan from before the era of the ninja villages could be considered one. The Uzumaki clan, feared by other ninja villages for their sealing jutsu, could be considered one. There are also some other small ninja clans. But, that's all in the past. What's even more shocking is that the almost extinct Kaguya clan was not brought to near annihilation by outsiders, but by one of its own, Kaguya Neko. Bearing the surname of the Kaguya clan, flowing with the blood of the Kaguya clan, yet responsible for the slaughter of so many of the Kaguya clan's members. Such a thing is simply incomprehensible. Is this Kaguya Neko even human? I'm neither a member of the Kaguya clan nor of the Hidden Mist village, but even I find Kaguya Neko's actions outrageous. This is something that a normal person wouldn't do. No affection in their heart, no friendship, no family, no village. What kind of existence is this? In a moment, Kaguya Neko became a despised figure throughout the entire shinobi world. However, some focus their attention on the Dragon Bone. The demonic sword, Dragon Bone, grants power by killing loved ones? Named a demonic sword, could this ninjato be affecting Kaguya Neko's sanity? When did the Hidden Mist village acquire such a ninjato? Previously it was the Kirichimanji. Now it's the demonic sword, Dragon Bone. Has the Hidden Mist village produced a new great blacksmith again? Otherwise, there's no way to explain the appearance of these consecutive ninjato. And moreover, both these ninjato are very strong. Among the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords, they would rank at the forefront. A ninja from Konoha remarked, Kaguya Neko fleeing with the demonic sword, Dragon Bone, might actually be a good thing for us in Konoha. Otherwise, who knows how much blood of Konoha ninjas would stain that Dragon Bone blade. One person almost wiped out a clan. That Dragon Bone must be incredibly strong. Many in Konoha take pleasure in the misfortune of the Hidden Mist village and the Kaguya clan. After all, the two ninja villages are currently at war. The tragedy of the enemy is comedy in one's own eyes. With the exception of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hisashi has long since returned to Konoha. An elderly Hyuga sighed. This matter is probably not so simple. Wiping out a clan by oneself is not easy. Even if that Dragon Bone is extraordinary, it's still impossible. Among the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords, is there any blade capable of such a feat? None. Kaguya clan was nearly wiped out. It's highly likely that the true perpetrators were the entire elders of the Hidden Mist village. It was us who caused harm to the Kaguya clan. Hisashi, how did the Kaguya clan respond to you? Hyuga Hisashi bowed his head and said, the people of the Kaguya clan told me that they will do their best to help investigate. They also know the importance of the Byakugan to us Hyuga. Another elderly Hyuga said, our relationship of over 100 years coerced the Kaguya clan. But, we never imagined that in the Hidden Mist village, the Kaguya clan would actually do such a thing as betraying the village. And the third Mizukage, he's such a tyrant. Once he finds out, he will definitely not spare the Kaguya clan. Kaguya Neko is just a scapegoat. Hyuga Kazuo surveyed around and said, the Kaguya clan suffered greatly because of my Hyuga clan. From now on, we Hyuga ninjas, on the battlefield, when encountering Kaguya clan ninjas, will not kill. Except for Kaguya clan ninjas, ninjas from the Hidden Mist village will all be enemies of my Hyuga clan. Is that understood by everyone? The crowd exchanged glances. Understood. Hyuga Hisashi suddenly raised his hand. Hyuga Kazuo nodded slightly. Hisashi, do you have something to say? We, the Hyuga clan, lost the Byakugan. While it's true that there was fault on the part of that main family member, there were also many other Konoha ninjas involved at the time. This is also the village's fault. Hyuga Hisashi said somewhat defiantly, why does the village put all the pressure on our Hyuga clan? Hyuga Kazuo fell silent for a moment. Hisashi, you can say such things in front of me, but absolutely not outside. Never let outsiders hear, or it will only bring trouble to our Hyuga clan. The situation of our Hyuga clan in Konoha is not ideal. In this world, things are not simply right or wrong. It's not just the Hyuga clan who realize that something is wrong. In fact, the elders of various ninja villages, as well as some individuals from the Hidden Mist village, including a few from the Kaguya clan, also realize that something is amiss. However, it is a fact that Kaguya Neko killed many members of the Kaguya clan. This is something everyone witnessed with their own eyes. Therefore, compared to the hidden mist Anbu directly targeting the Kaguya clan, the current approach has caused much less impact on the hidden mist village. Openly, within the hidden mist village, no one will question this matter. And most people believe that it was Kaguya Neko who nearly wiped out the Kaguya clan. Father, have you heard? Uehara Itachi's figure swiftly entered the tent. Itachi, what's wrong? Father, Kaguya Neko of the hidden mist village obtained a ninjato called the demonic sword, Dragon Bone. In order to gain power, he actually attacked his own people, killing many members of the Kaguya clan. I heard. Uehara Fugaku nodded. There must be more to this matter. After all, how could such a world exist where one would harm their own kin, and kill so many? Impossible. Unless this person is not human, but a beast. Uehara Itachi showed a pensive expression. On the other side, Uehara Shizui gazed towards the direction of the land of water, falling into silence. Uehara Shizui had some understanding of the Kaguya clan's situation. To Uehara Shizui, there were many similarities between Konoha's Uehara clan and the Hidden Mist Village's Kaguya clan. The Uehara clan was one of the founding ninja families of Konoha. The Kaguya clan was also one of the founding ninja families of the Hidden Mist Village. The Uehara clan had considerable strength, possessing the Kekkei Genkai such as the Sharingan. While the awakening of the Kekkei Genkai of the Kaguya clan was difficult, their strength in the Hidden Mist Village was still considerable. Some members of the Uehara clan had extremist personalities. Hence the moniker of inherently evil Uehara. Some members of the Kaguya clan had even more violent tendencies. Thus, there's also the moniker of inherently evil Kaguya. Both are major ninja clans, both have conflicts with their respective ninja villages. And now, such a thing has suddenly happened within the Kaguya clan. Is it that Kaguya Neko has gone too far in wickedness, slaughtering the lives of fellow clan members, or is there another reason? Will future Uehara also experience similar events? A hint of worry appeared on Uehara Shizui's face. At the Hokage building, two figures stood behind the window. They looked out at the building outside. Not far away was the Hokage rock. Danzo, let's temporarily put the matter of the Byakugan to rest. Continuing to pressure the Hyuga clan may not yield any good results. They have already done their best. Danzo didn't respond to this statement, but asked instead. Hiruzen, it seems you also believe that this event wasn't created by Kaguya Neko. The true mastermind behind it should be the third Mizukage, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. It's impossible to wipe out a clan single-handedly, or overnight, no matter how you look at it. Danzo said, indeed, but that ninjato called the demonic sword, Dragon Bone, even if it's not as strong as rumored, it must still be formidable. Suddenly, Hidden Mist Village has acquired two such powerful ninjato. We must be vigilant. One might be a ninjato that Hidden Mist Village had hidden away before, but two is less likely. More likely, Hidden Mist Village has produced a new great blacksmith. This great blacksmith might likely craft even more ninjato. This means the number of elite ninjas in Hidden Mist Village will undoubtedly increase. The previous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist did suffer a crushing defeat against Might Dewey. But what they don't know, and what we do, is that Might Dewey was only one person, and he's already dead. We can't expect another Might Dewey to appear in a short time. As for Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Minato, they all have their own responsibilities. A single group of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist has already caused us quite a bit of trouble in Konoha. If another one were to come. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. We received a letter from the Hidden Sand Village saying they can provide us with some assistance, and there has been some withdrawal from the Hidden Rock Village. Danzo's eyes gleamed slightly. If we can move all the ninjas from the Hidden Sand Village to the battlefield against the Hidden Mist Village, then we in Konoha can breathe a sigh of relief and even proceed with some other plans. Hiruzen, I believe it's necessary for us to assemble an elite ninja team to infiltrate the Land of Water, investigate the situation of that great blacksmith. If we can recruit him, we will. If not, we can't allow him to continue crafting ninjato for the Hidden Mist Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. This matter, Danzo, I'll leave it to you to arrange. Understood, But I'll need some manpower. Who? Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted directly. Impossible. Kakashi is Minato's disciple. I can't assign him to you from the Anbu. Danzo shrugged. In that case, I'll need to select a few ninjas from the Yamanaka clan and the Abaram clan. Otherwise, this mission will be difficult to accomplish. As you know, infiltrating the Hidden Mist Village is already challenging. The locations of all ninja villages are strategic. Hidden Sand Village is built upon a fertile oasis in the Land of Wind. Even though the oasis can't keep up with the growing population, it at least provides the water needed for survival. The location of Hidden Rock Village is easy to defend and hard to attack. Unless it's an aerial assault. But there's a problem, there aren't many ninjas in the entire shinobi world who possess aerial capabilities. And the ninjas from Hidden Rock Village who are skilled in this make up a large portion. Earth Release, ultra-lightweight rock jutsu, can suspend people in midair. The location of Hidden Cloud Village is very secretive, shrouded in clouds, like another world. The position of Hidden Mist Village is within the sea. There's only one direction close to the Land of Water. To reach Hidden Mist Village, one must either traverse the entire Land of Water or navigate around from the sea. The entire environment is surrounded by seawater, greatly empowering water release ninjas. It can be said that the defensibility of Hidden Mist Village is on par with that of Hidden Rock Village. Good. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's response, Danzo left satisfied. Even his footsteps seemed to quicken a bit. That third Mizukage, what a misnomer for tyranny. If I were this Mizukage, I wouldn't let a single member of the Kaguya clan survive. But now, not only have many members of the Kaguya clan survived, but there's also someone like Kaguya Neko, a flaw wandering in exile. Soft-hearted and indecisive. Only the Bloody Mist policy is worth mentioning. However, this Bloody Mist policy is extremely similar to my approach to training in the route. Danzo's eyes flickered for a moment. Could this third Mizukage be plagiarizing me? Danzo hadn't suspected this before, but now, seeing how Hidden Mist Village handled the Kaguya clan situation, this suspicion arose in his mind. While almost everyone was condemning Kaguya Neko, there were also those with different thoughts. Some people inherently possess genes predisposed to destruction, crime, and wrongdoing. Kaguya Neko-senpai is really too strong. One person, one night, one blade, wiping out an entire clan. So cool. This is the real criminal. This is the real powerhouse. I've decided, I want to do the same thing as Kaguya Neko-senpai, and then follow Kaguya Neko-senpai. In an unnamed corner, a young boy made this declaration. There were also others interested in the Dragon Bone. If I get the Dragon Bone sword, then, can I also have the same power as Kaguya Neko? An existence that looked like a young man licked his lips. Uehara Soma returned to Forging Island, feeling a bit tired. Even though Uehara Soma had no involvement in the entire process. He just watched from the outside. Listening to Ao's report to third Mizukage. But, he couldn't help feeling tired. Uehara Soma didn't know why. 2 days later, Uehara Soma emerged from his tired state. He opened his eyes and looked at the semi-transparent panel in front of him. Name, Uehara Soma, Comprehensive Strength, Chunin, Swordsmanship, Skilled, 5300, Body Modification Technique, Familiar, 2000, Forging Technique, Good, Proficient to Forging Island Bonus, God's Hand Bonus, Task Item, Thug Recruitment Token X1, Blacksmith Reputation, 2387, Evaluation, as a blacksmith, the foundation is decent. Due to having his own forging site, forged equipment, the forging technique is boosted, with a chance of crafting ninja tools above premium quality. As a ninja, the strength is worrying. In war, you can only be considered as advanced cannon fodder. Chapter 75, a higher level blueprint. Over 2,000 reputation points? Upon seeing the number in the reputation column, Uehara Soma's eyes lit up. Increased so much at once? Pretty good, pretty good. Uehara Soma exclaimed with some surprise. But upon careful consideration, he felt that this was completely within reason. The news of the night of massacre had swept through the entire shinobi world in a very short time. And when mentioning the night of massacre, two names were inevitably brought up. One was a person's name, Kaguya Neko. The other was the name of a sword, Dragon Bone. No, even with 2,000 reputation points, it's still not enough. Perhaps more people will focus on Kaguya Neko, or maybe the reputation boost from a single ninjato has reached its limit. Uehara Soma didn't dwell on it too much. After reaching over 2,000 reputation points, he couldn't wait to start the lottery. Lottery begins. 20 draws in a row. Uehara Soma decided to splurge a bit. Physique +1, Physique +1. Spirit +1, Thug Recruitment Token X1, Physique +1. Reina de Rosa's Blueprint X1. Green, Uehara Soma. The result of this lottery was somewhat unexpected for Uehara Soma. Reina de Rosas? And this green. Uehara Soma quickly took out the blueprint. A burst of information flooded into Uehara Soma's mind. The next moment, Uehara Soma's expression became strange. Green represents the level. A green blueprint is one level higher than a normal blueprint. The probability of obtaining excellent ninja tools with a green blueprint is also higher than with a normal blueprint. Because I did a 20 draw this time, that's why I got a high-level blueprint. Additionally, there's another feature, it can be refreshed. 2 chances. Refreshing will select another ninja tool in the dimensional materials world where this ninja tool exists. But it's not necessary to choose this ninja tool. You can also choose the previous ninja tool. In other words, it's like a 3-in-1 choice. It's definitely better than a normal blueprint. Uehara Soma looked at the blueprint in his hand. This Reina de Rosas comes from the Shinigami world, Commando, the second Espada, Charlotte Kahan, affiliated with Baragan Lusenben's faction. An image appeared in Uehara Soma's mind. Clearly a robust male, but dressed in a very girlish manner. Uehara Soma's eye twitched. If any ninja dressed like that in battle, they probably wouldn't even need to fight. Just a smile could kill the opponent. Uehara Soma shook his head. Logically, the Zanpakuto must be decent, but the strength of a Zanpakuto is closely related to the user, and what level it can reach also depends on the user. But this Reina de Rosas isn't a good choice. If any ninja were to use it, not only would that ninja be considered perverted. Even I, as the creator, would be considered perverted as well. Moreover, since I have the opportunity to refresh, I shouldn't let it go to waste. There's a high probability I can refresh to a better ninja tool. Uehara Soma held the blueprint, his mind racing. Refresh. The next moment, the contents on the blueprint changed. At the same time, a burst of information entered Uehara Soma's mind. Veruga. One of the subordinates of the 5th Espada, Tezura's Zanpakuto. After use, it can transform into a tall, mountainous boar knight with immense size and strength. Uehara Soma's eyes flickered. Judging by appearance alone, this boar knight should be much better than Reina de Rosas, but I wonder whose abilities are stronger between the two. There's one more refresh opportunity. Refresh. The content on the blueprint changed again. A wave of information rushed in. Uehara Soma was momentarily stunned, then a look of extreme surprise appeared on his face. He saw that the complete form of the ninja tool on the blueprint had transformed into a huge double-bladed axe. Just looking at the design, Uehara Soma could feel the immense pressure it exuded. Skeleton Emperor. Used by Baragan, the second Espada in the Shinigami world, Commando. It possesses the power of aging. Before becoming one of the Espada, Baragan was the ruler of the Hollow Knight Palace, and could even be considered as ruling over the entire Commando. He was arrogant and domineering, looking down on others. He believed himself to be invincible and regarded others as mere ants. It wasn't until he encountered Aizen that he fell from his position as ruler of Commando and reluctantly became one of Aizen's subordinates, ranking second among the Espada. But then, Uehara Soma thought of a question. Even in the Shinigami world, Skeleton Emperor could be considered a very powerful Zanpakuto. So, in the Hidden Mist Village, who could resonate with Skeleton Emperor? who could be similar to Baragan? Uehara Soma pondered. If we consider the aspect of rulership, then the third Mizukage, as the cage of a village, could barely qualify. Baragan suffered a major setback under Aizen's genjutsu. The third Mizukage most likely also fell under Uchiha Madara's genjutsu. But their personalities are different. Baragan is arrogant and domineering. The third Mizukage appears calm on the surface but is inwardly insane. The Bloody Mist policy is somewhat similar to the evolution of hollows in Commando. In the Bloody Mist, young ninjas of the Hidden Mist village compete, fight, and kill each other. Only those who are excellent enough can survive and become stronger, becoming elite ninjas of the Hidden Mist village. In Commando, hollows also fight and devour each other. The more they consume, the stronger they become, enabling them to evolve. From ordinary hollows, they evolve into Gillians, then into Ajuchas, and finally into Vaster Lords. Perhaps, they won't achieve an excellent level of resonance. However, with Skeleton Emperor available, I can't possibly choose something like Reina de Rosas or Veruga, even if both of these Zanpakuto can find contractors with an excellent level of resonance. Even if Skeleton Emperor can only find a contractor with a good level of resonance, that's enough. Even if it takes some time to find one, I can wait. If I miss this opportunity, there's no guarantee I'll have another chance in the future. Uehara Soma felt that reputation lottery was somewhat similar to the card-drawing games he played in his previous life. Therefore, when encountering high-level cards, they must be obtained at all costs. Even if they couldn't be used immediately. Uehara Soma made a decision. I choose Skeleton Emperor. The pattern on the blueprint in Uehara Soma's hand was locked in place. However, the dimensional replica mission corresponding to Skeleton Emperor is probably not going to be simple. Whether it's regret or ambition, it can all be attributed to obsession. And Uehara Soma felt that Baragan's obsession was largely related to Aizen. After all, in the original plot, Baragan was indeed betrayed by Aizen. He went from being the king of Commando to becoming Aizen's subordinate. In his dying moments, Baragan didn't throw his axe at the Shinigami across from him, but at Aizen. However, at this moment, Uehara Soma noticed something. There was no blank hexagram on this blueprint. This means that only I can enter the dungeon instance of Skeleton Emperor. Uehara Soma felt a slight sense of relief. In that case, it's very likely that it's not a dungeon requiring powerful combat abilities, but something else. If it were a battle, Uehara Soma wasn't very confident. After all, the world of Naruto ninjas was very different from the world of Shinigami. Even though the Blacksmith System balanced the construction of dungeon instances, Uehara Soma still had concerns. But in the current situation, Uehara Soma's confidence was higher. With a thought, the blueprint disappeared. He arrived at the training ground. Today, Ayuri Ringo was still earlier than Uehara Soma. Soma-senpai, good morning. Ayuri, good morning. Uehara Soma greeted Ayuri Ringo and then began his basic physical training. Before long, Biwajuzo arrived. He glanced at Ayuri Ringo first, then walked towards where Uehara Soma was. However, as he looked at Uehara Soma, Biwajuzo suddenly felt something was off. Soma, you seem stronger. Much stronger. Biwajuzo's expression became serious. The strength, speed, and even the displayed chakra are all different from a few days ago. Could it be that the accumulated training has led to a qualitative change? Your endurance has also improved significantly. Overall enhancement of basic attributes. The morning passed. Uehara Soma stopped. Soma. Juzo-senpai. Soma, congratulations. Congratulations? Uehara Soma was taken aback. Biwajuzo nodded and said, Soma, haven't you noticed? Your basic attributes have improved significantly compared to some time ago. It can definitely be considered a qualitative change. Uehara Soma lowered his head, looked at his hands, and felt something stir in his heart. Juzo-senpai, does this mean that I have reached the level of a special jonin now? Biwajuzo subconsciously shook his head but then nodded. In the previous shinobi world, strictly speaking, There was no such thing as a special jonin in terms of overall ninja strength. The overall strength levels were only divided into chunin and jonin. However, because some chunin not only possessed the basic attributes of exceptional chunin but also had talents in certain aspects far exceeding those of chunin, yet overall, they did not reach the level of jonin. Hence, the term special jonin was created to specify this category. Stronger than chunin, but not at the level of jonin. Your current basic attributes, Soma, have already reached the top tier among chunin. And as for your water release proficiency, many jonin, they cannot even reach your level. It was only a matter of insufficient basic attributes before. Soma, you are now a special jonin. Uehara Soma smiled. Thanks to the training plan you helped me formulate, Juzo-senpai. No, the plan is just an auxiliary. More importantly, it's your own efforts and talent, Soma. Biwajuzo paused for a moment. Soma, now that your basic training has stabilized, and you have your own plans for forging, I think it's time to enhance another aspect of your abilities. What? Combat. Biwajuzo continued, truly powerful ninjas emerge from real combat. A ninja who hasn't experienced real combat, even if their basic attributes are excellent and their ninjutsu skills are outstanding, may still fail in battle when facing opponents who excel in these aspects but have rich combat experience. Choose the right time to attack. Soma, this afternoon, I'll accompany you for combat training. How does that sound? Uehara Soma nodded. No problem, let's go with what you said, Juzo-senpai. A figure hurried towards the training ground. Chief Uehara, Juzo-senpai, Ayuri, lunch is ready. The one approaching hastily was Arafune. All right. Uehara Soma and the others halted their training, returned to their respective rooms, quickly freshened up, changed into clean clothes, then made their way to the dining hall. This was the communal dining hall of Forging Island. It was renovated from a previously vacant wooden cabin. As for ingredients, fish and shellfish were caught by the people of Forging Island themselves. Sometimes it was Biwajuzo. Sometimes it was Arafune. Although Arafune wasn't particularly strong, he had no trouble using basic water release techniques. Catching fish and shellfish was a breeze for him. As for vegetables, fruits, and other meats like beef and lamb, the Mizukage would arrange for specialized individuals to deliver them. After being inspected by Anbu ninjas to ensure safety, they would then be delivered to Forging Island. Although the number of personnel in the forging department is small, it is still a proper department. Moreover, Uehara Soma has crafted several impressive ninjatos. In this situation, the village's treatment of the forging department will definitely not be lacking. They are allocated according to the establishment. It can be said that in terms of per capita resource treatment, the forging department ranks among the top in the entire Hidden Mist village. Arafune takes care of miscellaneous tasks in the forging room, as well as cooking. However, since Mayuko Ringo arrived, she has also been involved during her free time. Her skills are much higher than Arafune's. This has improved the living standards on Forging Island to some extent. However, after the Kaguya clan's matters have been resolved, Mayuko Ringo will almost certainly leave. As the chief medical ninja of the medical department, with Mayuko Ringo in charge, the medical department of the Hidden Mist village is complete. The 6 of them sat around the table. The table is full, and it looks very rich. And the taste is quite good as well. Such a seafood feast, if placed in Konoha, could be considered an extremely luxurious presence. A jonin's income probably can't withstand frequent expenses like this. After lunch, Uehara Soma pulled out a chair and sat under the eaves. The warm sunlight cast down. Uehara Soma looked at the semi-transparent screen in front of him. You can read up to 50 advanced chapters and support me at patreon.com/lookercomment13 comment. Vote Chapter 76, Promotion, Special Jonin. Name, Uehara Soma, Comprehensive Strength, Special Jonin, Swordsmanship, Skilled, 5300, Body Modification Technique, Familiar, 2000, Forging Technique, Good, Proficient to Forging Island Bonus, God's Hand Bonus, Mission items, Thug Recruitment Token X2, Blacksmith Reputation, 402, Evaluation, as a blacksmith, the foundation is decent. Due to having a personal forging site and forging equipment, the forging technique receives bonuses, with a chance of producing high-quality ninja tools or better. As a ninja, possessing a certain level of strength, stronger than cannon fodder. Uehara Soma felt a slight sense of emotion. It's been about half a year, and my strength has finally reached a somewhat respectable level. Special Jonin. It's a decent strength before the upcoming Fourth Great Ninja War. Even in a village like Konoha, which never lacks elite ninjas, one can have their own exclusive uniform, a good reputation, and earn everyone's respect. Mitarashi Anko, Gecko High 8, Morino Ibiki. But I should be stronger than the average Special Jonin. After all, regular Special Jonin only excel in one aspect. But my water release isn't just outstanding, it's exceptionally so. In addition, I have a good level talent in taijutsu and lightning release. My kenjutsu has also reached the skilled level. As long as my combat abilities keep up, I'll have decent fighting strength. Facing the sunlight, Uehara Soma squinted. However, the reason my basic attributes have improved so quickly isn't just because training has brought out my previous accumulations, nor is it just because I gained a good level talent in taijutsu. There's another very important factor, which should be the random attribute points I obtained from the lottery. A 10 consecutive draw is bound to yield several points. Last time, I did a 20 consecutive draw. I directly obtained 18 attribute points, either boosting my spirit or enhancing my physique. That's why I can undergo a qualitative change in Juzo-senpai's eyes. Reputation, for me, is indeed a good thing. Mayuko Ringo approached Uehara Soma. Soma, I'm leaving. I'll leave Ayuri on Forging Island. Please take care of her. Senpai, don't worry. The group escorted Mayuko Ringo to the location of the island's dock. A small boat was stationed on the water. Standing on it was an Anbu ninja. With a light leap, Mayuko Ringo landed on the bow in the next moment. Grandma. Initially, Ayuri Ringo didn't seem to feel much, but as the boat sailed away, she seemed to gradually realize something. Being in the Hidden Mist village, Ayuri Ringo didn't follow the Bloody Mist's training methods. Instead, she was raised by Mayuko Ringo from a young age. As the chief medical ninja of the medical department, Mayuko Ringo had such authority. Therefore, from childhood to adulthood, Ayuri Ringo hardly ever separated from Mayuko Ringo. Ayuri, you are a ninja. Biwajuzo's voice echoed. Ayuri Ringo's body stiffened momentarily. Then, she forcibly suppressed her emotions, refraining from speaking, just staring intently at the boat getting farther away. Yes, sensei. A figure entered the Mizukage's building. The third Mizukage looked at Kaguya Masui entering. Masui, have a seat. Mizukage-sama. Kaguya Masui didn't sit but stood opposite the third Mizukage, bowing slightly. Have all matters concerning the Kaguya clan been handled? We've dealt with most of it. Kaguya Masui said, those people have been buried, the traces along the road have been cleaned up, only the damaged houses are left unattended. I've gathered the remaining members of the Kaguya clan and relocated them. So there's no rush to deal with those houses. The third Mizukage nodded. With you leading the Kaguya clan, Masui, I have complete confidence. I hope you can manage and cultivate the remaining members of the Kaguya clan well, restoring them to their former glory as soon as possible. Mizukage-sama, please rest assured, I will do my best. Kaguya Masui paused. By the way, Mizukage-sama, I actually have 2 requests for this visit. What requests? The Kaguya clan used to control many industries, but now, with the decline in the population of the Kaguya clan, they are no longer able to manage these industries, so I want to take action. This is obviously a wise move. Given the situation of the Kaguya clan, they are bound to be unable to hold on to these industries. If they cannot hold on, forcing themselves to do so will only result in getting nothing. But if they take action now, they can still get a relatively good price. Kaguya Masui said that he hoped the third Mizukage could show some face in light of the Kaguya clan's tragic situation. In that case, the new owner wouldn't push things too far out of respect for the third Mizukage. Alright, I'll arrange for someone to handle the handover with you. I won't let your Kaguya clan suffer losses. Anything else? Thank you, Mizukage-sama. And the second request? I want to go to Forging Island in person to express my gratitude to Soma, Juzo-senpai, and Ao-senpai. Alright. This wasn't an unreasonable request either. With the permission of the third Mizukage, Kaguya Neko was allowed to leave the Hidden Mist village with Dragon Bone. Moreover, the members of the Kaguya clan were already aware of the situation on Forging Island. Additionally, Kaguya Masui, in the eyes of the third Mizukage, was one of the few in the Kaguya clan who had affection for the village, as well as the ability and talent to be trusted. In the afternoon, Kaguya Masui directly arrived at Forging Island. He brought 4 gifts along. After passing through the inspection of the Anbu ninja and ensuring there were no issues, Kaguya Masui boarded Forging Island. Someone's here. Ao's voice echoed. Everyone paused and looked over. Kaguya Masui's figure approached them. Juzo-senpai, Ao-senpai, Chief Uehara. And this must be Ayuri. I've come uninvited, please forgive the intrusion. I'm Kaguya Masui. Thank you very much for your assistance with the Kaguya clan's affairs. These are tokens of appreciation for each of you, please accept them. Kaguya Masui placed the gifts down. Biwa Juzo looked at Kaguya Masui. Masui, the matters of the Kaguya clan are in the past. Don't dwell on it. People must look forward. Now, you're the clan head of the Kaguya clan, aren't you? Not bad. Lead the Kaguya clan onto the right path as soon as possible. Remember, don't make the same mistakes again. Juzo-senpai, I understand. Ao glanced at the 4 gifts. Masui, we'll accept the gifts. Don't dwell on the Kaguya matter. There's no need for any psychological burden. Since Mizukage-sama said it's in the past, then it's in the past. Kaguya Masui nodded. Yes, Ao-senpai. Uehara Soma observed Kaguya Masui. Soma had heard some things about Kaguya Masui's situation. Like Uchiha Shizui, Kaguya Masui cared about both the village and the clan. Being caught in between was very painful. When members of the Kaguya clan realized that Kaguya Masui's loyalty wasn't solely to the clan, they directly detained him, fearing the leakage of internal clan information. But what the Kaguya clan didn't expect was that, aside from Kaguya Masui, there was also Kaguya Neko within the clan. Moreover, Kaguya Neko valued the village much more than the clan. So, just as the Kaguya clan had barely detained Kaguya Masui, Kaguya Neko promptly reported to the third Mizukage. Initially, there was supposed to be some time for reconciliation between the two sides. However, a member of the Kaguya radical faction happened to overhear the conversation between Kaguya Neko and Kaguya Masui. At this moment, the Kaguya radicals learned that Kaguya Neko had long sold out the Kaguya clan completely, which sent them into panic. They immediately decided to launch a civil war and simultaneously assassinate Kaguya Neko. However, the assassination attempt failed. With the information obtained from Kaguya Neko, the third Mizukage decided to exterminate the Kaguya clan ahead of schedule. If it weren't for Uehara Soma's suggestion, the remaining members of the Kaguya clan might have been reduced to single digits by now. Kaguya Masui was very polite. However, Uehara Soma noticed that Kaguya Masui's demeanor wasn't just politeness, it seemed like he was being cautious as well. This might have been triggered by the situation within the Kaguya clan. Kaguya Masui probably hadn't anticipated such an outcome before. Uehara Soma couldn't help but wonder, how would Uchiha Shizui feel if he saw Uchiha Itachi wiping out the Uchiha clan? What kind of emotions and mindset changes would he undergo? Is it similar to Kaguya Masui's situation? Compared to Uchiha Shizui, Kaguya Masui is actually quite fortunate. At least, more people from the Kaguya clan survived compared to the Uchiha. And Kaguya Masui is still alive. Kaguya Masui looked at Ayuri Ringo. Ayuri, this gift is partly to thank Mayuko-senpai for treating Neko, and partly to apologize to Mayuko-senpai. What Kaguya Tai did was too much. Ayuri Ringo shook her head. Masui-senpai, you don't need to apologize. This was done by Kaguya Tai, not by you, Masui-senpai. Regardless, Kaguya-tai is still a member of the Kaguya clan. I am now the clan head of the Kaguya clan, so it's my responsibility to apologize. Kaguya Matsui paused after speaking. Soma, can I speak with you alone for a moment? Uehara Soma hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Sure. However, Uehara Soma didn't move. Biwajuzo and the other two voluntarily left, walking a short distance away but not too far. At this distance, if anything happened, Biwajuzo could provide support immediately. Soma, thank you very much. Kaguya Matsui sighed. I know all about what happened. If it weren't for you, Soma, our Kaguya clan might not exist anymore. You've saved our Kaguya clan. If you need any help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. We, the entire Kaguya clan, no matter the cost, will definitely help you, Soma. Uehara Soma waved his hand. Matsui-senpai, there's no need to make it sound so serious. I just did what I had to do. By the way, Matsui-senpai, do you have any plans for the future? To stabilize the clan, Kaguya Matsui replied. As the clan head, being able to do this for the first time satisfies me. I wish the war could end soon, Kaguya Matsui continued. Soma, please don't mind my sudden visit. I won't disturb you further. I'll take my leave now. If you need anything that the Kaguya clan can help with, feel free to come to us anytime. Uehara Soma nodded. Safe travels, Matsui-senpai. Kaguya Matsui stopped halfway and suddenly paused, turning back. He watched Kaguya Matsui leave, not taking his eyes off her until her figure disappeared. Then, he shifted his gaze back to Biwajuzo and the others. Kaguya Matsui's gifts seemed quite substantial. They hadn't been opened yet, but Ao had already inspected them with his Byakugan. It was a precaution, fearing there might be something inappropriate. Half of it is probably gratitude, and the other half might be to win favor. Given the current situation of the Kaguya clan, many people in the village are probably eyeing them suspiciously. The Kaguya clan definitely wants to garner some allies. Kaguya Matsui has changed quite quickly. Before, when I met him, he was a somewhat naive young person. Now he's much more mature. The topic about Kaguya Matsui didn't last long. Soon, the four of them arrived at the training ground. Uehara Soma and Biwajuzo headed to the center of the training ground. Ayuri, Rinko and Ao watched the match. Uehara Soma held a ninjato in his hand. However, it wasn't a special ninjato, just one crafted from tenfold steel, far superior to the assembly line products from the land of iron, but correspondingly, much higher in cost. Begin. Meanwhile, in another distant location, a fierce battle was also underway. Kamui Bridge. Uehara Obito's eyes spun wildly with a doubled Omo Sharingan as a kunai fiercely pierced through, stabbing the vital point of the Iwagakure ninja, the one who abducted Nohara and injured Kakashi's left eye. But just then, an incredibly massive rock appeared out of nowhere directly above Uehara Obito. Uehara Obito sensed the danger and looked up suddenly. However, at that moment, Uehara Obito realized that he couldn't dodge anymore. His heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. In a dark and gloomy place, an old man, with tubes protruding from his body, looked up in a certain direction with an expressionless face. It's about time. Chapter 77, This Isn't Fair. Kakashi, who returned to kill again, seemed to unleash the power hidden within his body after the ninjato inherited from his father, Konoha's White Fang, was shattered by the ninja from the hidden rock village. Chidori. Sizzle. It sounded like countless sharp birds chirping. Kako's pupils contracted. You little devil. Kako tried its best to react. But Kakashi's speed was too fast. Not only was the lightning flashing in his hand, there was also lightning flashing on Kakashi's body. Kakashi seemed to hear a voice roaring. I absolutely cannot lose to people like you. Sneak attack. Trap. Taking advantage of numerical superiority. But, I won't lose. Kakashi's hand pierced into the body of Kako. Puff. Withdraw. Along with half of Kako's heart. Kako's eyes widened, showing an expression of disbelief, and fell to the ground. Is this Hatake Kakashi, the genius ninja of Konoha? At such a young age, being this strong, how much trouble will he bring to the Hidden Rock Village in the future? And what about that bloodthirsty shark, said to have firmly suppressed Hatake Kakashi? What kind of strength does he possess? It seems that Iwagakure has never had such a powerful young ninja. Kakashi glanced casually at the corpse of Kako. You're far inferior to that guy. In Kakashi's mind, the image of Hoshigaki Kisame appeared. Obito. In the next moment, Kakashi rushed towards Uchiha Obito. But at this moment, the situation of Uchiha Obito was indeed quite bad. His whole body was crushed by rocks. Only a head and a small part of his limbs were exposed. Obito. No, Harurin cried out in tears. Tears involuntarily overflowed from her eyes and fell onto Uchiha Obito. No, Harurin tried her best to pull out Uchiha Obito for treatment. Rin, it's no use. I know my situation myself. I'm beyond saving. Kakashi. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito turned his gaze to Kakashi. Kakashi, I have only one request, that is, to safely take Rin back to the village. I will. Kakashi glanced at Noharurin with sadness in his eyes and nodded. Rin, we can't stay much longer, Uchiha Obito said in a calm voice, the situation is very urgent now. Almost all the ninjas from Konoha are almost dead, leaving only a few of us, while there are still many ninjas from the Hidden Rock Village. They are here to kill us all. I'm beyond saving, but you must survive. Transplant my eye to Kakashi. This way, it might increase your chance of escape a little. And also, this way, at least I can still continue to be with you all, even if it's just one eye. Please forgive my selfishness. I hope that when you see that eye, you can remember me. That's enough for me. Rin, hurry. Uchiha Obito's body had indeed reached its limit. With a slight emotional outburst, blood would overflow from his mouth. All right, I promise you. Kakashi stepped forward with his heart growing heavy. Soon, Rin completed the transplant. For medical ninjas, this wasn't a very difficult surgery. And Rin's talent in medical ninjutsu was already quite impressive. However, such surgery placed a heavy psychological burden on Rin. To forcibly give up one's comrade. And in the process, to remove the eye of this comrade and transplant it to another comrade. At the moment the surgery was completed, Rin couldn't control herself anymore and ran to the other side, vomiting continuously. Kakashi. Uchiha Obito looked up at the sky, his expression neither sad nor happy, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. I heard that when you faced the Hidden Mist Village ninja before, you encountered two very formidable young ninjas, right? Kakashi nodded. Yes, Hoshigaki Kisame, Momoki's abuser, both of them are strong. Are they stronger than you? One lost to me, the other defeated me. Really, there are ninjas your age even stronger than you, Kakashi. I would have liked to meet such geniuses if I had the chance, but unfortunately, I no longer have that opportunity. Uchiha Obito gave a bitter smile. I also heard that when Sarutobi Asuma was about to be killed, a ninja suddenly appeared to protect him in secret, driving away the Hidden Mist Village ninja. Is that true? Kakashi hesitated for a moment. Yes. TSK. Uchiha Obito said somewhat self-mockingly, maybe, people like us are just different from others from the start. Why is it that we don't have someone protecting us in secret? Kakashi, do you think that's fair? Kakashi fell into silence. Fair? Of course not. Kakashi admitted that after seeing such a situation, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. But Kakashi didn't pay too much attention to it. Kakashi thought he didn't need it. But now, the situation was different. Faced with the ambush of Iwagakure ninjas, the three of them were in dire straits. He lost one eye. Rin nearly lost her life. Obito stepped forward to protect himself and Noharurin, but sacrificed himself. He survived only because of Obito's protection. Who'll protect Obito? At this moment, when Obito asked this question, Kakashi suddenly felt that the uncomfortable feeling in his heart became much stronger. Kakashi, run. Obito heard someone approaching. And it came from the direction of the previous ambush by the Hidden Rock Village ninjas, so he quickly shouted to warn. Kakashi's expression changed. Rin, let's go. The figures of over a dozen Iwagakure ninjas appeared, glancing at Obito on the ground. Obito shouted desperately, trying to attract the attention of the Iwagakure ninjas. But the Iwagakure ninjas ignored him and all chased after Kakashi and Rin. Don't let them escape. Kill them. A golden light rushed at an extremely fast speed. Kakashi. Rin. Rin looked up at Minato Namikaze, her eyes bloodshot. Minato-sensei, Obito, he's dead. Minato was taken aback. But he quickly noticed the Iwagakure ninjas chasing after them. First, let's leave. We'll talk later in a safe place. Uehara Soma stepped back, effortlessly conjuring water release. Water release, water dragon bullet jutsu. Biwajuzo raised the blue rose sword. With a single thrust, he froze and shattered the water dragon into countless ice block fragments. Then, Biwajuzo charged towards Uehara Soma. Ding! The ninjatos of the two clashed. Uehara Soma felt a powerful recoil force, causing him to involuntarily step back. However, he quickly stabilized his posture with the body control ability brought by taijutsu. Ayuri Ringo watched in astonishment. Is Soma-senpai's strength really this strong? Ayuri Ringo put herself in Biwajuzo's shoes and compared herself to Uehara Soma, only to realize that if Uehara Soma were her opponent, she would have already lost. His taijutsu is very strong. His kenjutsu is even stronger. But what's even stronger is his water release. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like when Soma-senpai uses water release, it seems even smoother than Juzo-sensei. Ao glanced at Ayuri Ringo. It's not your imagination. Soma's water release is indeed very well executed. Excluding the chakra factor, both Juzo and I are not as skilled as Soma in water release. Soma has top-tier talent in water release. Ayuri Ringo's eyes widened. So, Soma-senpai is a water release genius. Why doesn't he focus more on this direction? Subconsciously uttering this sentence, Ayuri Ringo realized that she had forgotten about Uehara Soma's identity. Uehara Soma is a blacksmith. Yes, Soma-senpai's talent in forging technique is probably even stronger than his water release. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to craft such powerful ninjatos. Even his secondary expertise is so formidable. He's too strong. Ayuri Ringo looked at Uehara Soma, with a hint of envy in her eyes. Soma's talent is indeed enviable. Ao said, but Ayuri, you're also very good. Don't feel unbalanced just because you've seen Soma's performance. Compared to your peers, you're already doing very well. You've made great progress in such a short time since switching from a medical ninja to a combat ninja. In the future, you may well become one of the village's elite ninjas. Ayuri Ringo nodded. I'll do my best. With a single strike, Biwajuzo pushed back Uehara Soma, then instead of pursuing further, he leapt backward. Soma, let's end it here for today. Alright, Juzo-senpai. Uehara Soma breathed heavily. It had to be said that fighting against elite jonin like Biwajuzo was very tiring and stressful. Even though Biwajuzo didn't use his full strength, even though he had no intention of killing. However, in terms of overall strength, the current Biwajuzo was completely superior to Uehara Soma. Juzo-senpai, what aspects do I need to improve? Biwajuzo thought for a moment. Mainly, it's a matter of strategic experience. The process of ninja combat is essentially a game, where different moves counter each other. So, it's important to anticipate what kind of attacks the opponent will use. Uehara Soma said, like playing rock-paper-scissors? Yes, exactly like that, rock-paper-scissors. Biwajuzo nodded. But it's much more complex than rock-paper-scissors because ninja abilities, the elements of combat, add many more factors, resulting in a myriad of possible situations. However, your performance this time, Soma, has exceeded my expectations. Your progress in taijutsu is remarkable. But what's even more surprising is your kenjutsu. Uehara Soma found a reason for himself. Perhaps it's because I've forged many ninjatos, so I have a better understanding of them than most people. Once I pick one up, I naturally develop a sense for it. Biwajuzo accepted this reason from Uehara Soma. For the next half-month, Uehara Soma had been engaged in practical combat training. His opponents were either Biwajuzo or Ao. After half a month, Uehara Soma's gradually adapted, passed through the period of rapid improvement, and lowered his insistence. After dinner, Uehara Soma returned to his room. Almost time to enter the dungeon instance. Uehara Soma took out the blueprint and had a thought. Dungeon instance opening successful, currently teleporting. Uehara Soma's figure disappeared on Forging Island. Land of Fire, Konoha. Kakashi and Nohara Rin were taken to the medical department for treatment. Kakashi's condition was more severe and he spent more time in the medical department. When Kakashi came out of the medical department, Rin had been resting at home for several days, adjusting her mindset. She came to the entrance of the medical department, waiting for Kakashi to come out. "Kakashi, over here." Rin forced a smile. Kakashi walked towards Rin. The two walked side by side. Rin couldn't help but glance at Kakashi's left eye. It was covered by an eye patch. "Kakashi." "Yeah? How's your eye?" "It's Obito's eye." As Kakashi said this, silence fell between them, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Kakashi glanced at Rin and pursed his lips. "Rin, let's go eat barbecue. Obito said before that after the war, we should have a hearty barbecue without any reservations. I think that's the only thing we can do for him now." "Okay." Suddenly, a figure approached from the opposite direction. "Kakashi." Asuma greeted Kakashi proactively. Kakashi nodded in response. But in the next moment, Kakashi couldn't help but recall Obito's last words before his death. "Why does Asuma have ninja secretly protecting him, while we have nothing? Is that fair?" Kakashi's expression underwent some changes involuntarily. Asuma noticed this and subconsciously felt uncomfortable. Watching Kakashi and Rin enter the barbecue restaurant, a voice entered Asuma's ears. "Did you hear? Obito died." Asuma's pupils contracted. Soon, Asuma realized why Kakashi's gaze had changed when he looked at him. "Because Obito died. But when I was dying, there was a ninja secretly protecting me." Asuma clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "But this wasn't something I arranged. Why blame me? I didn't cause Obito's death." The look Kakashi gave him lingered in Asuma's mind. Asuma felt deeply stung. Back in the village, Asuma heard plenty of related remarks. They said he was useless, that as a ninja, needing covert protection on the battlefield was childish, and it even implicated Third Hokage, his father. Kakashi's gaze was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Asuma's mindset crumbled. With his head down, Asuma walked towards the Hokage building. "Perhaps I'm just not cut out to stay in Konoha." Uehara Soma surveyed the pure white palace in front of him. It looked magnificent on the outside. But inside and out, there was a hint of decay, as if it had been abandoned for a long time, with no one living there. Outside the palace is a white desert. Some scattered dry branches lie on the ground. Instance mission, Baragan's obsession, mission reward, Skeleton Emperor's materials. Do you want to accept the mission? Chapter 78, Baragan's obsession. Receive. A scene appeared before Uehara Soma. Baragan, sitting high on the throne of the Hollow Knight Palace, as usual, accepting the kneeling of his subjects. However, at this moment, an unexpected visitor appeared. Aizen used the ability of Kyoku Suigetsu to deceive Baragan. Later, Aizen, along with Kaname Tosen and Jinya Kaimaru, almost killed all of Baragan's subordinates. In anger, Baragan attacked Aizen. But he was no match for Aizen. However, Aizen didn't kill Baragan. Instead, he recruited him as one of the Espada. But for Baragan, this was more disgraceful than being killed. Originally the Emperor elevated above the throne. But in the next moment, he became a subordinate to others. This enraged Baragan to the extreme, constantly wanting to kill Aizen and seek revenge. "I want to know how to defeat that damn guy." A skeleton appeared before Uehara Soma, as if a soul had just emerged from hell. "Is it just a question?" Uehara Soma felt a stir in his heart. "No wonder they only need me. Hired hands are useless." After all, besides me, no one in the shinobi world would know about the Shinigami world. Skeleton, seeing Uehara Soma silent, began to lose patience. Can't you answer me? Uehara Soma snapped back to attention. It's not that I can't answer, it's that to defeat Aizen. Besides the information I can provide, you also need the strength of the person going against Aizen. You really know? Skeleton impatiently interrupted Uehara Soma. Uehara Soma nodded. I know about Aizen, and if used properly, it can indeed defeat him. What is it? Uehara Soma explained slowly. Aizen is undoubtedly a genius, and he is nearly flawless in every aspect. Extremely powerful spiritual pressure. Eerie Zanpakuto abilities. High-level kaidos, effortlessly performed. And also very adept at scheming. To defeat Aizen, one must first match or surpass him in spiritual pressure. Otherwise, there's basically no chance. Additionally, understanding Aizen's Zanpakuto abilities is crucial. Not falling for them, or knowing how to undo them if ensnared. The skeleton listened more attentively. Everything else is inconsequential. To the skeleton, the key lies in Aizen's Zanpakuto abilities. If he could figure out how to counter them, he'd have a chance. Aizen's Zanpakuto, named Kyoku Suigetsu, is a genjutsu-type Zanpakuto. Anyone who witnesses Kyoku Suigetsu's Shikai release falls under its genjutsu. The method to break it is to touch Kyoku Suigetsu's blade before being fully hypnotized. In the eye sockets of the skeleton, 2 orbs of blue-green flames flickered. So, in other words, as long as you don't look, it's fine? In theory, that's correct. I understand. In the next moment, suddenly, Uehara Soma found the scene before him drastically changed. Another white palace appeared, overlapping with the current one, but not entirely the same. It was like a parallel world. Skeleton looked towards the second white palace, the flames in its eyes flickering with anticipation. Uehara Soma followed its gaze. There, he saw a majestic skeleton seated upon a throne, dressed in splendid attire. Below, there were numerous large hollows. Before long, 3 figures appeared. It was indeed Aizen, Kaname Tosen, and Jinnya Kaimaru. Just as Aizen was about to release Kyoku Suigetsu, suddenly, the skeleton on the throne revealed a smile, reaching out and fiercely gouging its eye sockets. Instantly, the 2 orbs of flames were plucked down. Uehara Soma was slightly stunned and couldn't help but comment inwardly. Not looking at the Shikai of Kyoku Suigetsu means you won't fall for it, so you just pluck out the eyeball flames directly? Uehara Soma almost thought that someone from the Uchiha clan was on the throne. Across multiple dimensional worlds, the characteristic of plucking out eyes is unique to the Uchiha. From insertion to extraction, even in the later stages, it doesn't require medical ninjas. You can just take them out and use them. But, for safety's sake, it's still understandable. Uehara Soma looked towards the skeleton, pondering in his mind. At this moment, all of the skeleton's attention was focused on the other white palace. Baragan's actions surprised even Aizen. But it was only a momentary astonishment. Even though Baragan had lost the eyeball flames and was immune to Kyoku Suigetsu, he still wasn't a match for Aizen. The large hollows below suffered heavy casualties under Aizen's trio. Baragan was still defeated. He had to humiliatingly become Aizen's subordinate. Even with the information about Kyoku Suigetsu, nothing changed. Uehara Soma noticed that the nearby skeleton's mood hit rock bottom the moment Baragan was defeated. Even the flames in its eye sockets dimmed significantly. Just at that moment, Uehara Soma suddenly felt a gaze. Aizen in the other white palace seemed to sense something and looked in the direction of Uehara Soma and the skeleton. A wave of intense spiritual pressure swept over them. Uehara Soma could see that the momentum almost materialized. However, it ultimately did not penetrate the barrier between the 2 white palaces. Aizen, squad captain, what's wrong? Jinnya Kaimaru noticed Aizen's movement. Aizen shook his head. It's nothing, probably just a misconception. The second white palace disappeared from Uehara Soma's sight. After a long while, the skeleton finally came to his senses, lifted his head, and looked at Uehara Soma. Thank you for your information. I still haven't defeated that guy, but I won't break the promise I made. Skeleton paused. Can I ask another question? What question? Has that guy been defeated by anyone? Yes. By whom? Well, it's not exactly by one person. While Ieyakugo Kurosaki directly defeated Aizen, Kisuke Uehara sealed him, but in that battle, more than just those two were involved. It wouldn't be appropriate to credit the victory to a single individual. Moreover, even Aizen himself could be considered one of them. According to Ieyakugo Kurosaki, it was at that moment when Aizen rejected the Hogyoku. But the greatest credit truly goes to Ieyakugo Kurosaki and Kisuke Uehara. As long as he's defeated, that's all that matters. The flames in Skeleton's eye sockets became intense again. They even overflowed from the eye sockets, spreading outwards, engulfing the entire skull, descending along the neck, chest, abdomen, limbs, until the entire skeleton was engulfed in flames. A white bone dropped to the ground, while the rest turned into ashes. A voice echoed in Uehara Soma's mind. Chapter 79, Chakra Smelting Technique and Breathing Forging Method. Congratulations on completing the task. Would you like to leave the dungeon instance? Yes. In the next moment, Uehara Soma's figure vanished from the White Palace. When he reappeared, he was back on Forging Island. In front of Uehara Soma, there appeared a huge metal ingot and a white bone. Obviously, these were the materials of the Skeleton Emperor. Uehara Soma quickly stored them away. Instead of immediately going to sleep, he lay on the bed and started to think. Before entering the dungeon instance this time, Uehara Soma had always thought that the dungeon instance was deliberately constructed by the system, referencing content from other dimensions. Akame, Dr. Stylish, Tsubakuro, the Zenin sisters. They were all replicas. But this time, Uehara Soma clearly felt that something was off. Especially the look Aizen gave him, it felt very real to Uehara Soma. It didn't seem like the reactions that could be produced by replicas within a dungeon. A guess flashed through Uehara Soma's mind. Could it be that dungeon instances are real? Will my actions in the dungeon instance world affect that real dimensional world? Will the friend of Akame really survive? Will Dr. Stylish still become a member of the Empire government? Has Alice's fate changed? Will Tsubakuro be able to live well? What will happen to the Zenin sisters in the future? If the dungeon instance I enter in the future is in the same dimensional world as the one I entered before, and if the timeline aligns afterward, I can find relevant individuals to verify. The next day, after finishing training, Uehara Soma entered the forging room. There weren't many materials for forging the Skeleton Emperor, just two kinds. However, this didn't mean that forging the Skeleton Emperor was simple. On the contrary, it was very difficult. In previous ninja tool forging, Uehara Soma was more concerned because there was only one set of materials. Once failed, there would be no materials left to complete the forging. But this time, the overall forging process was relatively simpler. There were only two steps. The first one was to forge the metal ingot into the shape of a double-bladed axe. Then, finely grind the bone into powder and integrate it into the double-bladed axe. This would complete the forging. The second step was straightforward. With Uehara Soma's current forging technique and experience, it wasn't a problem. However, the first step had extremely high requirements for forging technique. First, the metal ingot had to be forged to the level of refined steel through a 100-fold forging process. Each forging session meant progress. Uehara Soma could imagine that a ninjato made from refined steel, even without any special abilities, would surpass many others solely in durability. Moreover, the metal ingot in Uehara Soma's hands was already of excellent quality. However, there is an intermediate process between the metal ingot and forging. That is smelting. Previously, Uehara Soma only relied on high temperatures from magma and charcoal to smelt the metal ingot. Then proceeded to forging. But now, the degree of refinement required for refined steel cannot be achieved through this method of smelting alone. A more thorough smelting is needed. Additionally, for refined steel, ordinary lava forging is somewhat insufficient. Perhaps it's time for me to summarize my forging technique. The techniques I'm using now are only at the good level of forging proficiency. But in reality, my forging proficiency, under the enhancement of Forging Island and God's Hand, has already reached the proficient level. In other words, I can now use more advanced forging techniques. Afterward, the forging of the Skeleton Emperor requires a single molding. That is, it cannot be done in separate parts like blade, shaft, and handle. Instead, it must be a complete axe head with no seams in the middle. Uehara Soma opened the furnace. Below, magma flowed. Waves of heat, mixed with the smell of sulfur, assaulted the senses. This furnace represented a crucial step in forging, smelting. Sensei mentioned before that using the high temperature generated by magma and charcoal to smelt metal materials is much stronger than the usual method. That's why Forging Island is built here. Because there is magma here. The smelting process can absorb the power of magma. However, for the Skeleton Emperor, this is not enough. A more advanced smelting method than magma and charcoal is to introduce chakra into the smelting process, specifically fire attribute chakra, or chakra containing fire attributes, such as Kekkei Genkai chakra. For example, scorch release or lava release. I have fire attribute chakra. But my talent in fire release is not strong enough. And introducing chakra into the smelting process is a dangerous act. If mishandled, it could cause an explosion, no less lethal than an explosive tag. If only I could have an excellent level talent in fire release. Even a good level would suffice. But, I'm afraid it won't be possible for the time being. Here in the Hidden Mist Village, there are very few ninjas who possess fire attribute chakra. The only one Uehara Soma could think of was Trumim, whose Kekkei Genkai contains fire attribute chakra. Therefore, Trumim's talent in fire release is bound to be outstanding. Generally, bloodline ninjas do not choose to use single attribute ninjutsu. But that doesn't mean they won't. The reason they don't use it is simply because, in their case, using bloodline ninjutsu is more cost-effective. I can't temporarily improve my fire release talent. At least, I need to learn a few fire release techniques. Otherwise, I won't be able to use this chakra smelting technique at all. Uehara Soma planned in his mind. Next is forging. The most basic forging method on Forging Island is lava forging. To step up, it requires a higher level. And above lava forging, there's the forging technique that requires coordinated breathing. Swinging the hammer with each breath. It's like it has a life of its own. Adopting this forging method can impart additional properties to the metal being forged, making it feel like the forged ninja tool has a sense of being alive. The ninja tools Uehara Soma currently forges all have this feeling. However, this feeling of these ninja tools doesn't come from Uehara Soma's forging, but from the materials themselves. Breathing forging method. Unfortunately, Sensei passed away early, so he didn't teach me about this. But it seems like Sensei didn't learn it himself either. I can only rely on myself to figure it out. Suddenly, Uehara Soma remembered something. This breathing technique, used in conjunction with forging, Uehara Soma had only heard of on Forging Island. However, the breathing technique used in conjunction with swords is quite common in another world called Demon Slayer. Both are breathing techniques, maybe I can refer to that? Biwajuzo seemed skeptical of Uehara Soma's idea. You want to learn fire release? Chapter 80, Leave Pakura to me. Uehara Soma nodded. That's right. Juzo-senpai, you see, my forging technique has reached a bottleneck, and to improve it, I must learn new forging methods. This requires the use of fire release chakra, so I need to learn fire release. Biwajuzo showed a sudden realization. I see. But then he frowned. As for fire release, among us mist ninja, very few know it, and even fewer have mastered it. After all, we are in the land of water. The environment here isn't suitable for fire release ninjas to excel. So there aren't many people studying fire release. The ones skilled in fire release are mainly from Konoha, such as Uehara and Sarutobi. But our Hidden Mist village is currently in a hostile relationship with Konoha. It might not be easy to obtain fire release from Konoha. Even other small ninja villages wouldn't readily share their village's ninjutsu. But as far as I know, within Hidden Mist Village, there isn't anyone who has reached a level proficient enough to teach high-level fire release. If you indeed need it, Soma, I have thought of a candidate. Uehara Soma asked. Who? A missing nin from the Hidden Waterfall Village. Biwajuzo said, a missing nin named Kakazu from the Hidden Waterfall Village, after leaving the village, became a wandering ninja, frequently operating within the Land of Rivers. This person doesn't belong to any faction and he's especially obsessed with money. In other words, as long as you give him money and ask him to do something, he will agree. And the Hidden Waterfall Village has a tradition of fire release ninjutsu. This person has also used fire release. The name mentioned by Biwajuzo surprised Uehara Soma a bit. But after careful consideration, Uehara Soma felt it was not impossible. If the Hidden Rock Village can hire members of the Akatsuki organization for tasks, then. Moreover, at this point in time, Kakazu has not yet joined the Akatsuki organization. He's just a simple wandering ninja. As Biwajuzo mentioned, money will suffice. As for safety concerns, Uehara Soma isn't worried. They'll fix the teaching location to Hidden Mist Village or its vicinity. As long as Kakazu isn't mentally unstable or desperate, he wouldn't harm Uehara Soma. With the teaching incomplete, Uehara Soma definitely won't pay the full amount. It would be foolish to attack Uehara Soma without receiving payment. And Kakazu has no reason to harm Uehara Soma. Compared to those within Hidden Mist Village who might only know 1 or 2 fire release ninjutsu and aren't even proficient in using them, Kakazu is undoubtedly a much better choice. After all, Kakazu's strength and experience are here. He's a survivor from the era of the first Hokage. Relying on the Earth Grudge Fear Jutsu, he achieved an alternative form of immortality. He has dabbled in various types of ninjutsu. Juzo-senpai, how should we contact this ninja? I'll go pay him a visit. Biwajuzo said, Soma, your overall strength has already reached the level of a special jounin, and with Ao here, as well as Anbu ninjas, your safety isn't a major concern. Additionally, I heard that a support team for Konoha from the Hidden Sand has appeared in the Land of Fire. The leader is named Pakura. She possesses a special Scorch Release Kekai Genkai. She's particularly effective against our Hidden Mist Village's water release ninjas. She's killed many of our people. I'll take the opportunity to meet with her as well. The Land of Rivers is situated between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. With the addition of the Hidden Sand, the front line of the Mist Village ninjas has been extended. Part of it has already approached the area near the Land of Rivers. Konoha is located in the center of the Land of Fire. Now the front line of the Hidden Mist Village extends from the southeast of the Land of Fire all the way to the southwest. So if Biwajuzo goes to the Land of Rivers, it's indeed on the way. Alright, then I'll leave it to you, Juzo-senpai. Don't mention it. Biwajuzo smiled. It just so happens that I can also verify the results of my training after obtaining the Blue Rose Sword. Having been away from the battlefield for so long, I have to say, I didn't quite enjoy the war while on the battlefield, but strangely enough, after being away for so long, I find myself reminiscing about it a little. In his heart, Biwajuzo added silently. I wonder if I'll encounter that person this time. If possible. Biwajuzo went straight to the Mizukage's building in the afternoon. Mizukage-sama. Biwajuzo stated his purpose. The third Mizukage hesitated for a moment. Juzo, are you sure Soma has already reached the level of a special jounin? Yes. Biwajuzo said, Soma's basic attributes have completely reached this level, and his talent in water release surpasses mine. Therefore, he'll only be stronger than a special jounin, not weaker. The third Mizukage nodded. If that's the case, then Forging Island really doesn't need you that much. And the battlefield in the Land of Fire is currently giving me a headache. Pakura's Kekai Genkai is too effective against water release ninjas. And Yagura can't free himself to go there. In this short period, several dozen ninjas from Hidden Mist Village have already died at the hands of that Pakura. Juzo, are you confident? Biwajuzo glanced at the Blue Rose Sword at his waist. Mizukage-sama, I will never let you down. I will defeat Pakura. Good. After leaving the Mizukage's building, Biwajuzo returned to Forging Island. On one hand, it was a farewell. On the other hand, it was to plan the next training session for Ayuri Ringo. Uehara Soma watched Biwajuzo's departing figure. If Juzo-senpai goes to the battlefield, he will definitely use the Blue Rose Sword. In other words, it will enhance my reputation and bring another wave of growth. Perhaps before Juzo-senpai returns, my reputation will once again exceed 1,000 points. In that case, I can actually start with a 10x draw. Higher level blueprints have a chance of drawing better ninja tools. However, better ninja tools may also require higher demands on forging techniques. Like the Skeleton Emperor. So, I don't necessarily have to wait until I reach 2,000 points of reputation to do a 20x draw. Even if the drawn ninja tools aren't excellent, they would still be at least on par with the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swords, which are top tier. They can enhance the strength of the contractor. They can bring rewards for me. Once I have mastered the chakra smelting technique and the breathing forging method, I can do 20x or more draws to obtain higher level blueprints. Back in the forging room. I'll have to wait until I learn fire release for the chakra smelting technique. For now, I can try the breathing forging method. Incorporating breath into the forging process. Uehara Soma took out a hammer and metal ingot. Closed his eyes. On Forging Island, Uehara Soma had no experience to reference. So, in his mind, he envisioned scenes from Demon Slayer, Tanjiro learning water breathing. Uehara Soma felt there might be similarities he could draw upon. The breathing technique, created by Tsujiki Nyoriji, grants humans the ability to combat demons. Adjusting the breath, inhaling large amounts of oxygen in a short period. Using this to invigorate the blood. Instantly enhancing the body's attributes to the utmost. Strength, speed, explosive power, all-round improvement. Water breathing is one of the basic breathing techniques derived from the sun breathing. Uehara Soma stood still, allowing his heartbeat and breathing to steady. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. For a ninja like Uehara Soma, achieving this level isn't difficult. Before long, he had adjusted. It was like a skilled practitioner learning basic knowledge in another field. The first form of water breathing is water surface slash. Meaning, to slash with one's blade as smoothly as the surface of water. In this way, the marks left by the slash will also resemble the surface of water. The process of the strike is, in fact, assimilation. Assimilation of water's properties. Uehara Soma looked at the hammer in his hand. To simulate the water surface with a blade, one focuses on stability, the other on smoothness. But, I'm using a hammer. How can a hammer simulate the water surface? Smoothly hammering? Uehara Soma swung the hammer in his hand. Ding. The metal ingot on the forging table was directly sent flying by Uehara Soma. No, that's not it. The first form of water breathing is assimilation of the water surface, but I don't necessarily have to follow it. A hammer definitely can't simulate the water surface, our properties don't match. And forging doesn't require cutting. The water surface is one of water's characteristics. Droplets are also one of water's characteristics. Uehara Soma envisioned the scene of water droplets falling. Drip. 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 Then he swung the hammer. At the moment when his inhalation reached its limit, the hammer fell. Dang. Uehara Soma looked at the metal ingot in front of him, his eyes brightened. It seems different. The sound of forging and the changes in the metal ingot are somewhat different from before. And it's in a good direction. Does this prove my approach is right? Uehara Soma recalled his movements just now and tried again. Dang. The same sound rang out. Yes, it's not my imagination. Indeed, I'm heading in the right direction. Just not mature enough yet. I need to observe. I need references. Uehara Soma took a glass from the side, poured it onto the table, and the water flowed along the tabletop, towards the edge, then dripped down onto the floor. When it touched the ground, it shattered, turning into countless small droplets, splashing around. Droplet-shaped. The falling speed is getting faster. And the touch, It's just a moment. Uehara Soma observed the characteristics of the falling droplets. Meanwhile, in his mind, he simulated the scene of the hammer falling. Interesting. Uehara Soma's observation was not limited to just the droplets falling on the table, but also the droplets falling from tree leaves, sliding from grass, descending from the sky, and the droplets formed by splashing seawater. Uehara Soma became somewhat immersed in it. Different from learning ninjutsu and taijutsu. Whether it's water release or taijutsu, what Uehara Soma learns are things that already exist, created by others. Uehara Soma just wants to improve his strength, to learn. Now, Uehara Soma is creating. Even if he borrows from others' experiences, what he creates is entirely new. Moreover, Uehara Soma feels that the improvement of forging technique will be more meaningful for himself. The better the forging technique, the better the forged ninja tools, and the better the rewards obtained. Juzo-sama. A mist village ninja approached Biwajuzo. Why are you the only one here? Back to Juzo-sama, the 8th team encountered ninjas from the hidden sand village. Our base was attacked, and everyone else went to support the 8th team. I'm the only one left. Biwajuzo frowned. The hidden sand? Lead the way. Yes, Juzo-sama. The Mist Village Ninja seemed somewhat pleased. Even though this Mist Village Ninja didn't understand the evolved overall strength of Biwajuzo. But, after all, Biwajuzo was one of the Mist Seven. Even though he was defeated by Konoha Genin before. Returning to the village with shame. However, the strength of elite jonin does exist. And in such a small-scale battlefield, an elite jonin can bring about a qualitative change. Pakura's appearance has caused a lot of trouble for the Mist Village ninjas. The current momentum has dropped significantly. In addition to this, the matter of the Kaguya clan has also affected the morale of certain Mist Village ninjas. Before long, the sounds of intense fighting entered the ears of the two. They're close. The Mist Village ninja's words had just fallen. Swish. A kunai flew towards the two. Biwajuzo drew his sword and deflected the kunai. Ding. But that brought them to a halt. A scene entered the sight of Biwajuzo and the others. Immediately, the eyes of the nearby Mist Village ninja turned red. They saw it. Over a dozen Mist Village ninjas had already become corpses. Moreover, what's even more crucial is that the bodies of several Mist Village ninjas were found kneeling on the ground, hands bound, their heads severed from their necks. Not only were they killed, but they were killed in a rather humiliating manner. Even more, the hidden sand operatives collected the heads of these Mist Village ninjas and stacked them up, forming a wall. A wooden stick was driven straight through them, resembling candied fruit skewers. Biwajuzo's face darkened. The ongoing conflict between the hidden Mist Village and Konoha had resulted in numerous casualties on both sides. However, such an atrocity had never occurred before. Regarding his defeat by Might Dewey, Biwajuzo felt ashamed, but he respected Might Dewey's strength. What Biwajuzo truly loathed was his own weakness. Yet now, Biwajuzo's disgust towards the hidden sand operatives before him had reached its peak. A sand jonin seemed to recognize Biwajuzo. With a slightly mocking tone, he said, "Isn't this Biwajuzo, one of the renowned Mist 7 ninja swords?"
Thanks for listening.